Greetings, one and all, and welcome to what is, well, it's going to be a fun evening, needless to say. We are obviously covering what is going on here with the local elections, but of course, as always, before we begin, let's say hello to everyone in chat, and then, well, we'll explain how probably this evening is going to work, because I'm not going to lie, we could be faced with some long stretches of just pure boredom. But this is also in training for a potential general election in autumn, potentially. So that could be quite interesting, but we'll get to that, of course, in a bit. So hello. Welcome, one and all, to what is, as I'm sure to be, a very fun evening for us all watching this. Now, obviously, you can see the map up here. We'll get to explaining that first in a bit, but as we said, let's get greeting again the people in chat. So we've got right from the top, Draconic Dritz. Hello to you from a local stream for local people. Bit of League of Gentlemen humor for those of you who don't know what that is. Colin Thompson, greetings from New York. So good to see we've got some people from across the pond definitely watching us this evening. Ethel EW1 Wolf or Quilf, I don't know, whatever. It's a weird name, but greetings from D. That's the Germany? No, Denmark. I can't remember now. But we do actually have Adam Abel. Hello from Germany. Hello to you. Mark Pearson, greetings from Derbyshire. Well, good evening to you. From Hamburg, evening to you. Adam Abel, greeting from the area of Stuttgart, evening to you. Veet Crew, greetings and salutations, BMN and BM people. Adam Abel, what an evening to give the Tories an honest dress down, indeed. Circus de Sheridan, nice to see Grove and Chris Grayling in the thumbnail. Cathal OG, good evening to you. Preybird, good evening to you. Eric Doverson, evening to you. Circle shower them. Think we can call Sheffield for Labour? Maybe. We'll have to see what happens later on. Crystal, hi to you. Bonsoir from Brussels. Good evening to you. I'll be going to Brussels. I'll be, shall we say, travelling through Brussels in a couple of, probably in a week's time. Mark, no, where were we? Lost us all. Chris All, evening to, hello to you. G4 said Malcolm, evening to you. FSM the dog, howdy all. Hoping we all boot out the Tories everywhere. Well, we'll have to see. Matt C, love some League of Gents. Welcome from Scotland, evening to you. Adam Abel, Germany spy here, will be keeping the election results secret. Ken Clark, even across the pond, good evening to you. Susan Nicholson, good evening from Strategia. Hope the Tories are thrashed tonight. Alex G, hello, Bowler Hatman, good advice to you. Daily Bars, a different bias. Are there the three Yorkshiremen of reason? Well, as we always say, we Yorkshiremen are always taught good sense, as we say. Tell you what, put some Yorkshiremen on a stream and we'll put the world to rights, as we always say up here, up in the north. But I think we are now up to date. If you can remember the drinking game, one shot when Bowler Hatman says Tory. Don't tell me that. I'll start doing it on purpose and get you all drunk on stream. There's a German invasion today. Yeah, good idea. Indeed, yeah. Go Labour. Adam Frankberg, hello from London. Wherever an evening a card carrying Lib Dem. Oh, hi from London. Where this evening a card carrying Lib Dem, you voted London to inflict maximum damage on the Tories. Very interesting. Like I say, well, it is quite actually interesting. We've just heard in the last couple of hours, apparently, Labour have been apparently trying to push all their remaining members for the canvassing today to try and get as many people as they possibly can out in Wandsworth. We'll be going over what's happening or what has been happening over there probably in a bit. Of course, yes, people have been pointing out, yes, Cathal, you are right. There is no Northern Ireland on this map, but we won't be using that map to track election results. We'll be using a different one. The Northern Ireland General Assembly elections. Looking at the timings of how that is going to work out and when those are going to be announced, that is potentially maybe about 3 or 4 tomorrow morning. Could even be later. We'll have to see. But don't worry, we will be talking about Northern Ireland a bit later on as well, because like I say, those Northern Ireland general elections are going to become very, very important for the rest of the evening. So ultimately, we will be looking at what goes on there. But needless to say, what happens in those general elections, it will probably be tomorrow when we probably see the results. And ultimately, I don't think the DUP are going to be happy. They aren't really interested in power sharing, or shall we say, as being second fiddle to Sinn Féin in the area. They ain't going to be very much happy bunnies about that, and that could cause all kinds of problems over in Northern Ireland. So it ain't going to be good. It ain't going to be good at all. Oh, Nico de Smith, hello to you. Glutinous Machina, pathetic map. Northern Ireland is lost to the Empire. Very true. But anyway, yes, we're looking at. So how is this stream going to run tonight? Well, 2 things tonight. This is a bit of a practice stream because depending on how certainly tonight's election goes, and certainly the by-election in Wakefield go, it could be very likely, and we've said this before, so take this with a very, very big pinch of salt. It is very, very likely, of course, that Borris Jonson could very easily have to face a vote of no confidence. Now, as we discussed before, it's not just the Tory MPs sending letters, it's what happens afterwards, because that vote of no confidence is a secret ballot. And that is where we may remember we did the video just a couple of weeks ago. At the moment, it's split between those who want him gone versus those who want him to stay. It is split. As shocking as everything that has been going on, it is split right down the middle. And currently, I think it's about 84 MPs in the Conservative Party who have remained pretty much quiet about their, shall we say, opinions on Borris Jonson, who could very well easily decide his fate. Also, the fact that it is a secret ballot, you don't know who votes which way. So there could be people who support Boris, who think, this is my time to shine. I'm going to say support Boris, but when he gets to, the ballot box, I'm kicking him out. That could potentially happen. We could also see the reverse happen as well. People who openly support getting rid of Boris, but when it comes to the ballot box, want him to stay. That is the reality of the situation in that situation. And of course, it is up to those Tory MPs if Boris stays or goes. It all comes down to that vote. Now, obviously, if he loses, Boris goes, there'll be a Tory leadership contest. That brings its own fun and games with it, almost certainly. But, of course, if Boris wins, because I would say it's 50-50. At the moment, unless something really drastically happens, I would say it's 50-50. And if he wins, he's safe for a year. And then this is where things could get interesting, because if you're Borris Jonson, you've got a lot of very, very upset MPs with you. Now, what did Boris do last time this all happened? He removed the whip from all his previous troublesome MPs back in 2019, and then sounded the trumpet for a general election. And of course, with the election bill in place, he can call a general election whenever he wants, which is why we've seen a lot of rumors very recently that Boris could call an early autumn general election. That is on the cards. Will it play out like that? Who can say? Who can say? Like I say, it all comes down to that actual vote of no confidence. And people always get excited about the letters, but it's not just the letters, it's the vote afterwards that counts. And we have seen how difficult it has been for the Tories, or at least the Tories who want Johnson gone, to gather those letters. So if he does survive, and he does try yet another, shall we say, purge to get in a lot more Johnson loyalists, or basically yes men, we could be having an autumn general election. So part of this stream tonight is really ultimately to test the capabilities, trying to live stream, certainly for this long. Like I say, I don't know how long we're going to go on tonight, but we are going to have to see how long I can last for tonight. Needless to say. Like I say, at the moment in time, the polls are indeed still open. They are open for, well, the next couple of, not the next couple of minutes. Where are we? About 45 minutes or so. So we are going to have to wait and see what happens. Obviously, they close at 10. It's very likely we won't get the first lot of results until about 12. And then afterwards, that's when the results will start coming in. So for at least the first couple of hours, we ain't gonna get a lot. We ain't gonna get a lot of news. So as I said before, strap yourselves in. I'm definitely going to prepare myself to get a coffee, and then we'll see. But before we do that, to begin with, I did promise you to explain what this map is. Some of you have been asking what this map is up here. This, my friends, is the current map. Without any of our current elections in play, this is how the current landscape looks. Anything in the dark grey tonight, that means that those local councils are in no one's control. The blue obviously means it's a Tory council control. Red obviously means it's Labour. Yellow is Liberal Democrat. And then there's a Plaid Cymru one in Wales there as well. So what's up for grabs tonight? Well, essentially, all of Scotland, local councils, completely up for grabs tonight, as are Wales. Those will certainly be the two interesting areas to watch tonight. A lot in the north of England are up for grabs tonight. And certainly that is the area where Labour has to win big. Has to. Because that can very, very easily set the stage for them to have a springboard into the potential 2022 general election. We don't know. That's all up to Boris now. When one gets called, we don't know. James, you're saying that there's no Scotland counts until tomorrow morning. That's true. That might be actually the case, that they don't count their votes till tomorrow morning. But obviously, north of England, all of London tonight is up for grabs. That's interesting. And then, of course, as you can see from the map, let's zoom in on this. How do we zoom? There we are. Control zoom. There we are. There we go. So obviously this big blue one, North Yorkshire, as you can see, it's a very, very big area for a county council, but there's not much in North Yorkshire really when you think about it. Tyneside, Newcastle, as you can see, very much Labour controlled up here. And of course, the big one that we are looking at here, Sheffield. Sheffield, we can hope, would go to Labour. However, polls very, very recently, especially from the last election, show that might be a Lib Dem win there. Might very, very possibly be a Lib Dem win. But the other big one to keep an eye on is certainly Kirklees. That obviously lost Labour control, but if they can regain it back, that will be a definitely good stepping stone for them at the next general election. Wakefield, it's already Labour controlled, the council, but of course, Labour do need to retain that control, and it will again set a very, very good situation for the next general election. On the answer. Are the polls still open? Yes, they are. They're open until about 10 tonight. Like I say, we're starting early. I think next time, if we do one for a general election, I think we will start when the polls close next time we do one of these things. But yes, the polls do close at 10. Like I say, I'm just preambling, warming you up, telling you what's on offer tonight. Obviously, Northern Ireland General Assembly elections, I think it's highly likely. I don't think we're probably going to get those until very, very latest in the morning. Maybe around about 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, maybe. So those will be announced very, very late, and it would depend. See if we can actually make it till that time. And of course, we've got, like I say, the odd couple Tories out here. There's Newcastle under Lyme, Amber Valley over here, Northeast Lincolnshire for a Tory one here. There's this tiny one in Tamworth there, Walsall, kind of Chase, Rugby, Newton and Bedford, Solihull, Dudley, Redditch, Worcester, West Oxfordshire, Cherwell, Huntingdonshire. And then obviously these are sort of more the London areas. But of course, the big two we are watching for tonight are Wandsworth, this one here, and Westminster. Those are apparently the big two tonight watching for in London. If those go to Labour, that will be considered a massive loss. That will be considered a massive loss to the Conservatives. So if those two local councils turn red tonight, that is a massive victory. That is all Labour has to do tonight. So long as they gain seats and they keep their current councils, and maybe if they turn like a couple of them red, that's what we want. Like I say, we want to see this map turning red, not blue. But given the fact that we have heard a lot of local Conservatives, especially on the doorsteps, saying, I'm not even going to go out and vote, which for Conservative voters in in the UK is quite unusual. Very, very unusual. Oh, Susan Nichol, you're in Tamworth. Been a Tory MP in local council for decades. So that could very well maybe seeing a Lib Dem presence increase there, possibly. But of course, this is sort of turning the councils more than how many councillors there are. So you could see in some of these areas, maybe as where's Tamworth? Where were you? Huntingdon Valley, Swindon. We had you there. Where were you? Small, Wokingham, Huntingdon. Where is it? Just had you. We just had it. We've lost it. Oaking, Small, Channel, West Oxford, Swindon, Huntingdonshire, Rugby, North Eton, Solihull, Redditch, Worcester, Dudley, Walsall. Anyway, we can't find it. But yeah, what would be a good victory tonight? Well, it would definitely be to see some of these turn grey, like this one that you've got in Milton Keynes. That means basically that currently that council is in no overall control. So again, that would be seen as a fantastic victory for tonight against the Conservatives. Them losing control of councils is a victory, and them losing councillors. Now, obviously, we want to see some of these turning red. We also want to see some of them turning yellow for the Lib Dems. But ultimately, if they lose enough councillors and they lose control of councils, that is also probably going to be certainly a good win for tonight as well. And then, of course, we got Wales. Like I say, most of Wales, no overall control. We've got Labour down here in Cardiff, Newport. Monmouthshire is the only sort of Conservative council that they actually control in here. So again, seeing that turn either red or this colour grey would be fantastic. You've got, again, Plaid Cymru, obviously going to be in these local elections. Interesting to see how they do. And then you've just got a few little outliers down at the bottom, down south here. So there's Hastings down there that's up for election. Alder down there. I think we are. Oh, there we go. Havant, Gosport, Farnham, Southampton, Basingstoke and Durn, Woking, Rushmore, Somerset. You've got your outline here, Worcester. I don't think there's any others down here, or Plymouth, Exeter. I think that's it, really. Like I say, overall, this isn't an all, should we say, UK council election tonight, but that is essentially the state of play. So that is essentially the map of what it currently looks like at the moment. So remember, this grey colour up here and this down here means it's in no overall control. And the goal for tonight is to either see some of those blue turn either red or yellow for the Lib Dems or Labour, or for them to go into no overall control. That is the aim. That is the aim tonight. Will that happen? I think it could very likely happen. I think that the Tories have been preparing themselves for quite a kicking, shall we say, this evening. So it could be a bit interesting. Draconic Drix, you've got, what is that? What's that? There we are. I've got a bit of an odd question about the poll card, if that's okay to ask. Like I say, sure. If you've got a question, I'll see if I can answer it. Of course, this is, you're all right, FSM the dog. This is the rumor. This is the rumor that has been going around for at least the past couple of weeks. 500 to 800 seats. That's a lot of seats to lose. And I've seen other numbers ranging in between that tonight. 800 is the nightmare scenario. That is a lot of seats to lose in a local election. But even as some of the other stuff I've seen, like covered on like Sky News or elsewhere, it's been around like 6 to 7. So that is a lot. Yeah, very true. Like I say, that's a lot of seats to lose. And remember, one of the big reasons why this local election has become such a big key issue is that this is being seen as a referendum on Boris Johnson's premiership. So that's interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, my poll card had small print to remind electors to bring their own pen and pencil. I'm pretty sure that's not a normal thing. I wonder if it's been added to seed doubt in legitimacy. I don't think so. At least not really. Like I say, our elections are pretty fair. Like I say, if you have gone and voted today, because of the elections bill, today was actually the last election you could go to the polls and not have to show any ID. So take that as you will, because any potential next election, you have to show ID next time. So remember that. Remember that indeed. Yes, that might be a why, actually. That might be the why. Yes, COVID mitigation. Yes, good point, Ken. Very good point. So is there going to be any analysis tonight, or is it just tomorrow morning? Like I say, polls close at 10, and we're not expecting the first result until about 12. So it's going to be, we're in for a long haul, essentially. Yeah, we're in for a long haul. But I think next time we do this, a general election, which I think very much likely it could be, this is going to be, I think we're going to do this when obviously the polls close. I think next time we do this. So like I say, this is very much in preparation tonight for when we do the real thing at a general election. So, good to work out the kinks first, as they say. But needless to say, it's going to be quite interesting to go through and sort of watch and find out how sort of all this goes. Yep, like I say, Susan, as I've said before to everyone, like I say, feel free to pop in and out as you feel. Like I say, we are going to have certainly long selections of boredom in between other stuff. I have put out the word for special guests to come and join us this evening. I don't know if they will, but like I say, as I've said, it's up to them. Like I say, I haven't made any firm plans with anyone else for joining us tonight. So, yep, it's going to be very interesting. Needless to say, tonight, like I say, we are trying this, see how this goes. Like I say, afterwards, let me know how you guys think this all goes. I know obviously this is a local election, so a lot of people aren't really going to be much interested in staying up all night for it. So maybe for the first 2 hours or so, this is where we get sort of the most viewers. That's fine. Like I say, feel free to dip in and out throughout the night, throughout the evening, and like I say, we'll see how really this all goes. Ultimately, we've just been through the election map. What's up? Like I say, the one you're currently seeing on screen at the moment, this is how everything currently is prior to the elections. Obviously, that could all change. That could very, very much all change. So, what we're going to do tonight. What are we going to do tonight? Essentially during now to when we sort of start hearing some of the results. Well, I thought we would go through some of the stuff the Yorkshire Bylines has been doing about local elections. and especially doing what they've been doing about what a good night for certain parties is, because obviously this is a local election. Jeff, maybe maybe we'll go give Jeff a visit maybe later. We'll see. We'll see. But like I say, we are talking about local elections. That's why I want to sort of keep it focused on tonight. So, local elections compared to a general election, there is a party that, compared to all the others, probably is going to take certainly a lot of votes tonight. Will almost certainly be accused of vote splitting again. It's interesting that we've seen they're not vote splitting, and of course they are again a party, but of course we've got the idea of the Greens, because the Greens currently tonight, they are not defending any councils that they are in overall control with. They are ultimately probably potentially going to take some seats tonight. Where and when, I can't exactly say. There is a possibility that they will do quite well in Sheffield. They have been doing really well in Sheffield for the past couple of elections. In fact, it really surprised me that for their South Yorkshire mayoral candidate, which is something else we'll be watching tonight, that they didn't stand Majid. How do you say his name now? Majid Mahad? Majid Mad. Not Magic Mike. I can't say his name. Majid Maj. I think that's how you say his name. I'm butchering it awfully, but I can't. I think that's how you say it. But he was the Green Sheffield mayor candidate just a couple of years ago now. But he got massive publicity. I mean, massive publicity, not just out here throughout South Yorkshire, but all over the UK. People sort of knew who he was. So I was quite surprised about the Green candidate wasn't him. So that was certainly interesting, but we'll get into a bit more about as the night says here in Yorkshire, what would be essentially a good night for the Greens up here. But FSM, that's interesting to know. Wales allows for 16-year-olds to vote for the first time today. Again, that's pretty good. Of course, young voter turnout, not always that good. It should be a lot better, but never mind. Yeah, it's photo ID. It's photo ID. Do correct it. Like I say, it's this is the big thing. Next general election, potentially in August, we've got to start showing photo ID, and at the moment, it's passports, driver's license, and at the moment, I think that's it. The fact that this has gone through is very, very worrying, because that's going to cut out a lot of people from voting. A lot of people, which makes, again, the election pact between Labour, the Lib Dems and Greens ever more important at the next general election. Glenn Perry. Yes, the Greens in South Yorkshire candidate is offering to bring buses back to service into public hands. They all are. Everyone except the Conservative candidate, that is. They all are. And of course, this was started by Dan Jarvis, the Labour, the previous mayor, in fact, the first mayor. That was something he was doing and starting and kick-started off. And now, again, seeing how popular it is, all the candidates have sort of jumped on to that train, except the Conservative one. Not too surprising. But anyway, let's read about what would be a good night for Yorkshire, for the Greens in Yorkshire, because it's ultimately tonight that they will probably take some seats in Yorkshire. Will they gain overall control of any councils tonight? Doubtful, very doubtful. But there's a good chance they will certainly get some gains tonight. So let's kick this off. So what would be a good night for the Greens? So let's start off with the most arguably the insurgent party in the region, the Greens. While the only party not to be in serious contention for MPs in the region, they undisputedly have a seat at the table in local government. As we've said before, the Greens have this amazing showing at local elections that they have never, ever been able to turn into serious challenges for general election. That's massive. That is a massive problem that they have. Why they can't do that, who knows? It's difficult. It really is difficult to say why they can't, but there you go. Voter ID's laws were stuck down in North Carolina last year, so I want you to show one next week. Good. Green Party USA. No, these aren't. Put it this way: the Green Party in the USA and the Green Party in the UK, vastly different. Vastly different. Put it this way: tonight in this local election, the Green Party actually is an electoral player in this arena. At a general election, they only have one MP. And of course, that's Caroline Lucas. And as we just said earlier on, they've never, ever been able to turn this into a successful campaign to bring forward to a general election. Why? Maybe they've just got more money. Maybe they've just got some more stuff. Who knows? It's really, really difficult to say exactly what it is. Oh, Don being voted also for local mayor. Excellent, excellent. That's what I like to see. What's this? You did get close to getting 3 House seats in 2018. Well, as we always say in politics, you don't get any prizes for coming second, especially in first past the post systems. No prizes for coming second. Like I say, you either come first or you come not at all. There is no silver or bronze medal, certainly when it comes to politics. It's all about winning. And that's why I try and keep on hammering home to a lot of people. Anyway, let's get on with this. So the Greens are now in administration in partnership with Labour in Sheffield and the Liberal Democrats in York. Very true. They've struck up these 2 local coalitions. How that will play out in the future, we don't know. But like I say, at a general election, they've yet to turn any of that progress they make at local elections into anything serious electorally. The brand is recognisable and less polarising than Labour or the Conservatives. Very true. And they can compete, largely speaking, anywhere. While their notable successes have so far been in metropolitan centres, recent polling has shown that a significant portion of rural Conservative voters are defecting to the Greens. Yeah, interesting trend that we are constantly seeing. And I think tomorrow morning, that's going to be how this works out. I think tomorrow morning, there are going to be a lot of stories to see how all this shakes out. Oh, Mitch, hi BHM and stream. What time do the polls close in the UK? Is it the same time in all locations? Yes, it should be. They should be closing in about 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Close at 10, but they should be closing in about 20 minutes or so. So currently the Greens are polling at nearly double their average. Again, so a lot of expectations tonight for the Greens. So the expectations should be more advantageous this year. But where will they be and what should we expect? That is the big question, of course. So, of course, no writer can tap directly into the minds of either local or national leadership of the Greens. But any theory of change for the Greens to increase their influence in Yorkshire has to involve two main strands. First, to increase their actual base of councillors in the metropolitan areas like Sheffield, Leeds, and Bradford. We've seen them focus heavily on Sheffield before in the past. So there's no reason to say that tonight they might not make some substantial gains in Sheffield. Will there be an over control of the council? Doubtful. I think it will be still very much a three-way coalition. But anyway, any gains for the Greens tonight are going to be good. But obviously, the problem then becomes, as is always, you've got one right-wing party, namely the Conservatives, and then about 4 or 5 different progressive parties to vote for, which again splits the vote and works more in the favour of the Conservatives. Of course, so looking to increase the councillors in Sheffield, Leeds, and Bradford to achieve both genuine policy change and to show the effectiveness of Greens in power. Very true. Second, while a route does not yet exist to deliver the Greens into administrations in more rural areas like North Yorkshire, gaining enough of electoral presence could scare the Conservative administrations into more environmentally friendly policies may very well be a priority. So that will certainly be interesting. And we know one of the big things that the Conservatives did lose very big in a lot of their recent by-elections was on changes to the planning laws, which again would make a big serious environmental issue in some of these areas. That's why they lost on some of those areas. So the Greens making strides in those areas could be quite interesting. So this is about Sheffield. Again, the Greens are doing very well in Sheffield. There's no doubt about that. So since 2016, the Greens have been an ever advancing force in Sheffield. In 2018, they won 3 of the council's 28 wards. And in 2019, this increased to 4 and then 6 in 2021. Their success in these elections has helped to undo Labour's majority, and they are now a minority partner in the coalition administration. Labour, of course, is doubtless in a very strong position this year than they were last year. But even a small degree of ambition would see the Green winning the 3 wards which they won in 2021, but they didn't in 2018. Glenelg Valley, Hillsborough, and of course Waitley, putting themselves into a position to challenge Labour in the wards like Manor Castle could set a party on a position to overtake the Liberal Democrats as the second largest party in the city and maybe even look to contest parliamentary seats. Like I say, if they can generally overtake the Lib Dems, that will be interesting. That will be very interesting tonight on this, if they can do it. Because that will have, as was said there, bigger implications for a future, parliamentary run. And of course, if we're going to have a potential early autumn election, would the Greens be standing candidates in these sections? We don't know. So, like I say, that's the big question, I think, tonight about the Greens. How many seats are they going to win? And I think, will they be the fly in the ointment that stops some Lib Dem victories or even Labour victories tonight? That is certainly a key question, but that won't be answered until certainly we get to see the full picture of how all this won. Yep, the Greens have won parliamentary seat. That's in Brighton, and they've never ever been able to have more than that. They've never ever come higher than, I think, third or fourth place in many of their seats. They have a serious problem in doing this, and the problem is when they stand for those parliamentary seats, they pull progressive votes away from Labour, Lib Dems, and again, we can't have votes being pulled away like that. That is why I've said whenever we talk about an electoral pact being in effect, it doesn't just have to be, Labour and the Lib Dems. The Greens should have to be involved here nationally as well, and I think that conversation has to be had. And I think that obviously the position has to be offered to Caroline Lucas as being like the environmental minister, or at least in charge of DEFRA, something like that. I think that puts her in a very, very clear position for that. So here we are, North Yorkshire. This is going to be another key area to watch, although not really key, but it'll be interesting to see where North Yorkshire goes. So since the last election, North Yorkshire County Council in 2017, the Greens have made significant advances in the county. Councillors have been elected at least to 3 of the 7 councils that up to at least until 2023, and that makes the districts of North Yorkshire. But with these district councils due to be abolished, the Greens risk losing their representation in the county. Having these councils elected in North Yorkshire will thus not turn out to be a mark of success, but a very crucial way of keeping momentum going in the region. So predicting how, of course, the North Yorkshire election will go, of course, with the new ward boundaries, is very difficult. Most of the wards of the new councillors consist of 2, if not 3, direct county council wards combined. So to win, not only does a candidate have to retain their current existing ward, but they also have to win enough votes in a neighbouring one as well to be the most popular candidate. The party's easiest route into the council will be Falgrave and Stephanie, which were won in 2019, and with wards like Ipswich and Colburn and Ayr Valley. Home to the councillors David Norland and Andy Brown may also very much be winnable. So Bradford, the next Sheffield, possibly. This is where it becomes really interesting because, as I've said, local elections vastly different when it comes to sort of the big thing. Oh yeah, final countdown. So the polls are going to close in about 10 minutes now, and I'll take a look at the news in a bit when hopefully we'll have done this by then. We'll have a look at see how all this plays out. Yeah, that was something I noticed today as well. Boris said on the council tax. Yeah, very true. How can you be a Conservative council, or at least in control of a Conservative council, say we're not only going to have the cheapest council tax, but also the most effective services out there? If you lower council tax, what happens to those services? So database Bradford, My current district, your current district. Well, it might be turning green a bit more, maybe. So, instinctively, Leeds might be seen as the next candidate for the Green to try and replicate their Sheffield success. A city with 4 universities, a strong Green presence, and a Labour councillor increasingly associated with severe cuts, Leeds could very well be a strong target. However, the Greens have only been able to win one consistently in one of the wards in Leeds. And although the Lib Green marginal Hunslet and Riverside may just be a juicy target, it may very well be the case that Bradford provides more short-term advances. Labour's majority is at a slim 6 seats, and the Greens are already polling a clear third in citywide, with 12% of the vote. And of course, the party won their first councillor back in 2021, Matt Edwards, and could very see added to that success this year. The Conservatives, Caroline Whitaker and Ross Brown, have been making steady gains in Craven and is likely and Ilkley over the years, and both stand at least winning 5% of the winning Conservative seats in the wards, with a very high Lib Dem and Labour votes. Even a moderately good performance in Bradford could see the Greens winning at least 4 new seats in the city, and this would become a set path for them to become power brokers in a Labour majority administration. So, big question we have to ask tonight, because as we said before, we make it very clear. The Greens at a general election have not proved that they are a serious electoral force at general elections. But at local elections, they have proved they can be a serious election force. So tonight, how will the Greens do? Will they make some advances? Will they be also ultimately responsible maybe for pulling votes away from Labour or Lib Dem candidates? Potentially, that's what we could see tonight. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. So what will be a good night for the Greens? So it is unlikely that the Greens will have a bad night, i.e. that they actually lose support anywhere in Yorkshire. But their levels of success may vary according to how well campaigns on the ground are run and how other parties perform. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to the Green guy in my ward, because I will tell you this now. Doing door knocking is not an easy feat. Like, doing door knocking is hard. It's a hard thing to do. But I'll tell you what, the guy who's the Green candidate, he's been round at least 4 times by my reckoning. That is more than any of the other candidates. And I will say this now, he's had no other support. It has only been him, and he's been doing the serious groundwork. So I will say this now. They have done some. He's done some fantastic work in going around doing some serious door knocking and doing it by himself. So even if he doesn't win, a seat tonight up here, I can say this, that he has done a fantastic job in the local areas. So, bravo to that guy. Like I say, it is not easy running for a local council seat, but as I've said before, some of these seats, the turnout isn't that incredibly high, as we've said before, between 35 and 30% for local council elections. If you increase the turnout by just 50 to 100 people literally getting out to vote, you can have some incredible big swings in some areas. So how this obviously will affect tonight, how this will affect Conservative voters, of course, being very much demotivated, not only by Partygate, but by Borris Jonson themselves. We've seen, of course, the leaflets, please don't punish us for what Borris Jonson is doing. We've also seen some very sneaky tactics by some local Conservatives. One I saw very interesting areas. Basically, instead of using blue, obviously the traditional Tory colour, he used green and trying to disguise himself as a Green Party councillor. That is very, very sneaky, and I think maybe a trip to the Electoral Commission for hopefully for a bit more than just a slap on the wrist. But he needs to be at least punished in some way for that, because that's very, very sneaky. Yeah, I'll say that now. The Green Party in your areas, if you live in the UK, tends to not have a lot of members. But I will say this now: they are very, very motivated, very, very motivated. So credit where credit's due. You've got to give it to them. Like I say, the guy who was doing it, canvassing out in my area, he had no help, nothing like that whatsoever. So the fact that he was doing this by himself, he's good. He did a good job. So what's going to be a good night for the Greens? So a good night for the party may see the Greens winning at least 12 wards in Yorkshire. This would see a very relative midpoint between 2018 and their 2021 high watermark in Sheffield, along with a couple of seats on the new North Yorkshire Council, with very small gains in Leeds and Bradford. A great night for the party may see the Greens winning 18 seats in Yorkshire. This would see them matching their 2021 result in Sheffield and have surprise advances in Bradford and North Yorkshire. An exceptional night for the party may see the Greens winning at least 25 seats in Yorkshire. This would see surprise wins in areas like Barnsley and a real possibility of the Greens repeating their Sheffield success in Leeds, Bradford within the next few years. So that almost certainly. What do I think is going to happen? I think it's going to be a good night. I think you could very easily see them winning 12 seats up here in Yorkshire. I think that's very, very likely. We've got to say that the Greens are a serious electoral party for this, but as always, we'll have to see. We are literally seconds away from the polls closing. In fact, we are literally on the countdown. Yeah, 2 minutes away. I've got 1 minute on my clock here. It's 21:95. Oh, I've just had a ping. My alarm's gone off. Let me check my phone. Yeah, 12:21. So literally, the polls are about to close any minute now, essentially. So let's take this to the national news. So looks like definitely they're going to see the results around about 12 and 1. So we're not going to see any results, at least for a while. Obviously, the polls are just closing. So yeah, the polls have officially closed now. We are at 10 o'clock. Let's turn. See what the news. So polls to close soon when we know the results. Yeah, so we're only going to know the results for the councils in England. It does look like, again, if you're expecting results for Scotland, Wales, or Northern Ireland, they are very much going to be on Friday, and we will know by Friday evening how those turn out. So let's follow this so far. Of course, one of the big things about these local elections this time is almost certainly if there is going to be a big election shift to the next election. So we'll have to see. So nothing there. Yeah, instantly they dropped on the live viewing page count. It was about 80,000. It's just dropped to 68,000 now. So here we are. We'll just get to a couple of the live counts for what's going to happen tonight. So I've got the BBC up, I've got the Guardian up. We'll get Sky News. Actually, no, we'll go to Twitter. The Twitter. See if we can't find some stuff here to watch while we're doing this. Like I say, this is where the waiting begins. This is where the waiting begins. There's a lot of people expressing their anger on on Twitter at the moment. So yeah, this is where, like I say, this is where the waiting starts. This is where the waiting starts. What about a bit of background music? Very true, actually. I can actually do that now. Thanks to StreamYard. Yeah. Get a bit of background music. Same. This is what it's going to be like for the next couple of hours. Although, like I say, bear in mind, if this was a general election, this would be the same thing. You know? we'd be going live now and be waiting for obviously results, and they obviously again wouldn't come out for the same time. So, like I say, this is preparation. Preparation. Yeah, got some nice lift music for you. Oh, that's handy, actually. Oh, actually, hold on. You lot might like this. So, if you do want to follow a good Twitter, if you do want to follow a good...
Since 2016.
If you do want to follow a good Twitter account, Britain Elects. So they're a big poll aggregator. And they just... Where is it? Oh, I had it a moment ago. Here we are. This is it. They've got this. This is the local election cheat sheet that they have. So if you want a little cheat sheet, then definitely quite useful for you to have a look at tonight. So Britain Elects have put out an election forecast. Hold on, let me show you this. Because this is like I say, this is the closest that we've come, or at least the closest I've been able to find so far for some sort of exit poll. Here we are. So this is what they're predicting tonight. So, oh, thank you, Nicholas Smith, for the super sticker. Let's. There we go. Turn that down a bit. There we go. There we go. There we go. So, this is what Britain Elects have put out. They're predicting tonight a Conservative loss of over 206 seats. That's still quite a significant loss for the Conservatives. Not, of course, as big a loss as we were hoping, but that's still quite a significant loss. So that's still quite a significant loss. 206 seats, quite a loss. Obviously, not as big as we've been. Some people have been saying, but even then, we've got to, as FSM says, we've got to manage expectations. Yeah, it would be fantastic if they had a 500, 800 seat loss, but let's manage the expectations here for a moment. So again, this comes from, Britain Elects. They're a big election watchdog. We'll be certainly following more of what they're going to be putting out tonight. But about 206 seats, that's still a significant loss. Still a significant loss. And who are the winners? Well, Labour with, from what they're saying, 147. 147. That's quite a big win for Labour tonight. The Liberal Democrats with a gain of 34. Again, that's still quite big. Green Party with a gain of 35. That's quite a big win for them, certainly. But the surprising losers to come out of this, with SNP to minus 12, be interesting to see who they lose those seats to. Whether they will be the Labour, Lib Dems, maybe even the Greens. Although I don't think they're even in Scotland, I don't think the Greens are a serious election force up in Scotland. And of course, Plaid Cymru set to potentially lose about 14 there. So that again tonight, certainly quite interesting on the board tonight. Will it turn out that way later on? Who can say? Who can say, to be honest? The only way we'll know is when obviously all the votes have been counted and we get to see the final numbers. So it'll be interesting to see how close they come to these numbers versus the actual numbers that we get in a bit. But like I say, we are like I say, polls have literally just closed about 15 minutes ago. So this is as nearest to as sort of an exit poll, or at least a good, reputable election source that we get on this. But yeah, interesting information, good information to go forward with. So we'll have to see obviously how that turns out for that. So So, what's this? 80 seats declared so far due to being uncontested. Interesting. Let's find that out. So, nothing yet. Can't find that yet. But again, still news, of course, that Labour's sending activists to Wadsworth and Croydon. Oh, and this is interesting. Hang on. Share the Beeb. So apparently there's been low voter turnout reported in London and the southeast. That will be very interesting. That will be very, very interesting indeed, how this turns things out. You just coined any results announced. Not yet. Not yet. The polls only just closed about, what, 20 minutes ago. Not yet. But this will be interesting. So all parties are reporting a low turnout across London and the southeast of England. So not just the Conservatives. So, of course, this was expected, but sources say it's significantly, and even in the case in marginal seats like Wandsworth, where the contest has had more publicity than most, with Wandsworth being a key Labour target. And obviously it's been held by the Conservatives for almost 44 years and has low council tax rates. The result is expected around 4:30 tomorrow morning. Local Tories were speaking of this afternoon, about 4:30, local Tories were speaking of a very low turnout, around 15 to 16% in some wards. Jesus. 16%. Again, I keep on telling you, local elections, super low turnout. If you can get 50, 100 people out to vote, you can do some serious swinging at a local council election. That's serious. You can do some serious moving and shaking. But yeah, 15 to 16%. That's next to nothing. That's next to nothing. Tory source also reported the turnout was down 5% on 2018 in Chelsea and Kensington, which they currently hold. And of course, with some wards showing a very strong Lib Dem performance. Certainly going to be quite interesting. Both Labour and Tory sources are briefing that they expect Barnett to switch to Labour, but Wadsworth is on a knife edge. So if there is a low turnout, does this mean that Labour doesn't get the surge it had hoped for? Or that many Tories just simply haven't shown up to vote? And that is the key question tonight. How are the Tories going to show up? Or, in this case, not show up and vote? So we'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see how this affects everything. Could be very, very interesting, certainly. Ben Ridings, thank you for the stream. Well, no problem. Nope. RT. Apparently, they've reported a 55% turnout in Northern Ireland. No exit poll yet. Yeah, very true. 15 and 16%. That's a very low turnout. And like I say, council elections, local council elections, normally between 30 and, well, normally less than that. Less than that in this case. But anything could happen. You're all right. Anything could happen there. You might even get an independent maybe sneaking in and winning. No, who knows? It's possible. It's possible. So let's go. And like I said, we'll cover the Lib Dems in a bit. I'm off to go get a drink because, like I say, we're in for a long night. So, strap yourselves in because it's all just kicking off and beginning. So I'll be back in a bit. But after we come back, we'll go over what a good night for the Lib Dems potentially looks like. Certainly, especially up here, up in Yorkshire. So I'll see you all in a bit when I've got my drink, my glass charged for it. So, see you all in a bit. Right, there we are. I'm back. So, oh, what's the beverage? Nothing fancy. It's nothing fancy. Just a nice chill the drink. So, Lib Democrats, probably certainly one of the parties that are certainly hoping that they have a really good performance tonight. Certainly a good performance for them will indicate the areas that they need to target at the next general election. Fingers crossed, of course, that we get the proper formalities sorted out for a proper election pact, not only between Labour and the Democrats, but also the Green Party as well. So all sorts of possibilities certainly do open up the next GE. A lot of election theorists do theorize, of course, that the local elections could very well easily go to certainly go to a hung parliament, and of course it would be the Lib Dems that would be sort of the kingmakers. Well, not only just the Lib Dems, but maybe even the SNP, certainly in that hung majority parliament. Again, interesting things certainly about, of course, the questions brought up about that by a next general election. But anyway, that's for a future conversation. I'm going to talk about what is a good night. What is a good night for the Lib Dems, especially up in Yorkshire? So, the Lib Dems have already revealed that two of their key targets in Yorkshire are Harrogate and Cairnsborough and Sheffield Hallam. They were both recently orange until 2010 and 2017. Respectively, the party came second, but lost both constituents back in 2019. The party has also recently performed well in seats locally in 2021. They won 4 of the 5 wards in Sheffield Hallam, and they won a clean sweep, of course, in 2018. Harrogate and Cairnsborough is somewhat of a different story, but the party is still a clear second, even if they only have at least 6 of the constituency's 28 wards. Winning both of these areas will require the party to appeal to its post-2016 fan base and the urban remainers, as well as trying to replicate their success in more rural areas as they did in North Shropshire. So they've certainly got the work cut out for them up here in Sheffield. Of course, in 2018, the Liberal Democrats came third in the South Yorkshire mayoral elections, trailing the Conservatives by just 4%. If the Conservatives do drop in the vote nationally, it's marched in South Yorkshire, the Lib Dems could very well become second here. While Oliver Coppard is sure to win the overall contest, the second place finish for the Lib Dems would be useful in 2 ways. It would help to build a county-wide support and encouragement for gains in Sheffield and, of course, in Barnsley. And what's more, if the Lib Dems mayoral candidate Joe Otten does win a lot of transfer votes in the second round, it may be indicating that there is an underlying popularity which can be harnessed at the next general election. In Sheffield, the party will certainly be hoping to gain the wards of Bennington and, of course, East Ecclesfield, both of which they won in 2021 but didn't in 2018. In contrast, they may have tough defences in both Crooks and Crosspool and Mosborough, which they won in 2018 but not in 2021. The party may also be hoping to win in a three-way marginal ward of Stocksbridge and the Upper Don, further eroding Labour's presence in the city. The Barnsley wards of East Darton and Dodworth will also be certainly targets to try and gain from Labour to further build up the party's status as the official opposition there. So what's going on in West Yorkshire with their new local superiority, look at the new council superiority? Oh, Cathal OG, thank you very much for that. Hoping for an interesting night. Me too. So, staying the tide in West Yorkshire. An underreported story of the 2021 local elections was the Liberal Democrat fallback in West Yorkshire. The party was pipped into third place by the Yorkshire Party at the mayoral elections and lost councillors in Kirklees, Bradford and Calderdale. Staying the tide will therefore be the name of the game in this election. The party risks losing the Linley and Alderbury wards in Kirklees, along with Rotherwell and Westwood in wards in Leeds. Potential gains such as Wakefield's Nottingley and Bradford Moor could very well balance that playing field. With the Conservatives underperforming and the Labour very much resurgent, the story may very well be of the Lib Dems holding off the Tory challengers in Kirklees while suffering losses to the Reds. But whatever the case may be, it's yet to be seen. As mentioned in our highlighting the piece in the Greens, the predicted result in the North Yorkshire election this year is particularly difficult. With a district council ward being combined to form new council wards, the competition will be fierce and the electoral map is uncertain. That said, the Lib Dems do have a decent chance of overtaking Labour in North Yorkshire and winning as many of 11 of the council's 90 seats. The party already had a better presence than Labour at the district level, and although that was not reflected on the old county council, while Labour faces a key series of three tricky keyway competitions at this council election, the Liberal Democrats will have to have a relatively straightforward win in the wards like Billingdon Grange and New Park, and of course Fairfax and Starbeck, which both have a pair of Lib Dems already representing them. Richmond may be an interesting barometer of the party's success. This has been a fusion of the wards represented by two independents and two Lib Dems. It will see if the Richmond East Lib Dem is pitted against the current leader of the opposition on the NYC, Stuart Parsons. So Hull. Hull is one of the councils which elects councillors in thirds. And with recent elections in 2019 and 2021, in 2019, the Lib Dems won 9 of the wards to Labour's 10. And in 2021, they won 10 to Labour's 9. And after a Labour councillor defected to the Lib Dems in 2022, the majority is down to 1 seat. With a number of vulnerable wards up for election this year, should the Lib Dems take even a few of these seats, Labour could very well lose control of the council. The Avenue ward, which Labour won in 2019 but the Lib Dems took in 2021, will be a key battleground, as well as Northcar and Sutton, both of which the party won from Labour in 2021, but last year Labour also gained Breckwell ward, leaving John Faltman and as Hull as only Conservative candidate. Winning here could offset losses elsewhere. So, as we said before, back when you look at the 2019 elections, you know, most of this of what was predicted of, oh my God, Labour's lost all these MPs. We can now sweep the councils. We'll be taking these councils. It never happened. So the Lib Dems potentially winning in Hull is probably something we could see tonight. That might be interesting, certainly. Will that be able to transfer over to a general election result? Possibly. Anything's possible. So, as always, the big question tonight for Yorkshire. What's a good night for the Lib Dems? Unlike with the Greens, a bad night is very much possible for the Liberal Democrats. This could see stagnation in Sheffield, with a third or even fourth place finish in the South Yorkshire mayoral race, and with councillors lost in Kirklees and Leeds. However, more positive scenarios are also more likely. So a good night would see the Liberal Democrats win at least 37 seats in Yorkshire. This would see their opposition status in Sheffield boosted, with minor gains in Hull and new councillors in Barnsley and Kirklees. A great night would see the Liberal Democrats win at least 48 seats in Yorkshire. This could see them on track to usurp Labour as the largest party in Hull, and also a path to power in Sheffield, which will be certainly very interesting if they can gain Sheffield tonight, although we'll have to wait and see. An exceptional night, of course, would see the Lib Democrats win at least 55 seats in Yorkshire. This would see surprise gains, of course, in Leeds and Calderdale, and a very strong second place finish in the South Yorkshire mayoral race. So definitely one to watch tonight how the Lib Democrats are going to perform, but not only just here, but of course nationally as well. So let's go take a look at the news. Has anything else come in? Oh, we've been away. So news is still getting some of the first results. So first results aren't expected till about 2 a.m. We've got a lot of time. We've got a lot of time to go. I don't know even if I'll last that long. I really don't know if I'll last that long, to be honest. I don't know if I'll last that long. Like I say, this is practice. This is practice for when we do a general election stream. So I'm gonna keep going strong. So apparently we're looking at Bolton trickling is one to watch apparently at 2 a.m. looking through. Wadsworth in London is expected between 5 and 7. Oh, this is interesting. So this is a report from The Guardian. Pitch, maybe it's time to break out the ponies. Probably. But this comes from The Guardian with, I think this is an interview one of the journalists has done with a local Labour supporter, with a Labour Party running for in West Sussex. See what they say. So Margaret Howard, standing for re-election in the Broadwater ward in the east of town, said, "This morning I had a Tory say he had voted Conservative for over 40 years, but it's time for a change. We've had lots of switches," he says. Again, could that be the story of the night? Lots of switching. We saw this ripple happen in 2016. We saw this ripple happen in 2019. Could that ripple now be reverberating back onto the Conservatives? Anyway, she continues to say, some Some are because of the local picture, because they don't know about the community work that's being done locally, and some of it's because they don't like what's happening nationally. But we don't mind either way. Cooper, who leads the Labour group on the council, explains that they've had to put together a local manifesto based on conversations with voters over 5 years. It includes everything from bringing the Lido back to being in use to consulting on providing more dog poo bins. Again, this is local election stuff, not, providing more dog poo bins. That's local election stuff, riveting stuff. Oh, Guthonic, you're off. Good to see you, as always. And of course, it's about people wanting more green spaces for them and their families, and a town to be proud of. It's not really rocket science, but it's things everybody can get on board with, says Cooper. Going into these local elections, Labour was level pegging with the Conservatives on at least 17 seats apiece. The Tories have been running a minority administration in a Worthing since Labour deprived them of the majority in a by-election last December, triggered by the resignation of a Conservative councillor, Tim Walls, who was accused, again by the anti-fascist campaign Hope Not Hate, of privately supporting a far-right group, Patriotic Alternative. With at least 14 up for seats, Labour has high hopes of taking control. Very interesting. That's more interesting, of course. The switchers. It's how many Conservative voters are going to switch over. That's the key thing. Yeah. Sacrificing to Poseidon. Oh, this is some interesting news coming in here. As votes are being counted, there's some insight from the Guardian's chief political correspondent, Jessica Elger, who says that Westminster of all places, again, certainly something to see change, would be very interesting. Again, controlled by the Conservatives since its creation in the 1960s, is looking a bit dicey for the Tories. Very interesting. And especially if they lose Westminster. Oh, embarrassing. Again, just like Wadsworth, Wadsworth and Westminster are like flagship places for the Tories. If they do anything with the council, it is tested there first and it is rolled out for the rest of the country. If they lose those two, it would be very, very embarrassing for the Tories tonight to lose those two. So another London council that is being closely watched is Wandsworth. Again, like I say, these are the two to watch tonight: Westminster and Wandsworth. Where again the Tory majority shrank to 6 in the last local elections in 2018, the smallest it's been since 1982. But who's this saying? Neither side is prepared to call Wandsworth, but a key ward was teeming with activists from both sides trying to get out the vote. Both were hoping for late turnout surges, says Jessica. Labour winning Wadsworth would be very symbolic, but it doesn't mean a lot in terms of the next general election. It's Barnet and Westminster, where they don't hold parliamentary seats, but the data, of course, is more interesting, as well as the wards IG in Chingford. Meanwhile, Labour are, quote, feeling good about Barnet, but Croydon is on a knife edge from the majority, with Tories expecting gains, and things are not great for Labour in the Tower Hamlets, where activists think that the party of a former mayor, Luther may lose them seats. The Conservatives, meanwhile, are saying that their vote is indeed holding up in places like Bolton, although they may not take Sunderland, while Labour is hoping to take some seats in Bury, but also expecting to lose some to independents. In conclusion, says Jessica, the main theme I've almost heard everyone talk about during the day is that turnout has been a big issue, but we'll see what the figures really tell us. So that could very well be the story of the night, turnout. Turnout could be very interesting. I mean, we've already heard, what was it, 16%? Can someone wrap up to what's happened, preferably in 4 words or less? Polls have closed. Not much action happening till maybe at least 12, or we might see some results get announced. Story of the night, turnout has been low. Well, this is it actually, Colin. Does turnout work for or against Labour? We're going to have to see how that goes. We are really going to have to see how this goes, because if it's, as has been said there, Conservatives that are not turning out to vote, then that works in Labour's favour. But if it's not everyone turning out, that's going to work not only for Labour but against them as well. And we just had, obviously, the stat there of someone saying between, was it 16 to 17% turnout? That is incredibly low for a local council election. Very, very low. How that turns out, we really don't know. But that the local turnout, that could be very well one of the stories to emerge tonight. And of course, it's who's not turning out. Is it the Conservatives not turning out? Because that could have big implications for a general election. Conservatives not turning out, especially nationally, that would be big. That would definitely work in Labour's favour at a general election, as for pretty much all the other parties as well. But yeah, we'll, as always, we'll have to sort of wait and see what's happening, what's going on. But the stories are so far emerging of low turnouts, and I think that could be the story of the night, low turnout. Oh, got another update. So Labour, according to this, are downplaying expectations of huge gains. Again, I think we absolutely should downplay that. I mean, I know there's stories of, oh my God, the Conservatives are going to lose 800 seats, but we looked at the Britain Elects tweet they put out, and they've estimated, let me get to it here, that the Conservatives will lose about 206 seats, with Labour gaining 147. That's what they've said. And Britain Elects tend to be pretty right. They do tend to be pretty right about this. So, but again, 200 seats is still a lot to lose. Still a lot to lose during a local election, especially when it seems that, the Greens, Labour, and Lib Dems are all making gains at the Conservative expense. So, quote from Annalisa Dodds saying that we are proud of the positive campaign that we have run, based on a practical plan to tackle the cost of living crisis and the crime blighting our communities, because we believe Britain deserves better. It's going to be a long night and there will be ups and downs, and we hold the majority of the seats up for election in England, so never expected big gains. These results show the progress we have made thanks to Keir Starmer's leadership since the very much disastrous 2019 election result. Labour is renewed and confident party, making headways in England, Scotland and Wales. And Scotland in particular, Glasgow, I don't know how much, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't been following it, but apparently the SNP are worried about resurgent Labour apparently in and around Glasgow, so that could be interesting. Bakura, what have you missed? Not much. Not much yet, like I say. The polls closed obviously at 10. We haven't got any results yet, but we'll have to see. Low turnout should mean during declaration results is sooner, less votes to count. Possibly, possibly, but there's still, just because there's a 16% turnout doesn't mean there's still a fair few votes to count, of course, But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. Like I say, we're still not expecting any actions on results till about 12 o'clock anyway. So, like I say, we're still in for an hour at the moment with, sat waiting just to see what happens at the moment. Quote from the Lib Democrat leader Ed Davey said he was optimistic the party would gain ground in some areas across the blue wall, where voters are fed up of being taken for granted by the Conservatives. Interesting choice of words there, where you take that back a couple of years and you place the word Conservatives with Labour, and that was exactly what the Conservatives were saying about Labour. Anyway, with his quote, after knocking on hundreds of doors this election, one thing is clear. People are sick of Boris Johnson's Conservatives. They've had enough of seeing their taxes hiked, sewage dumped in their rivers, and local health services run into the ground. People deserve a strong local champion who will stand up for their community and a government that helps them with the cost of living emergency, especially with Boris Johnson's car crash interview he gave very, very recently. That will not have put him in any good light before this election now, I can tell you that. So yeah, the BBC picking up on this lack of voter turnout as well. Around England, they're saying our reporters are picking up a sense of disillusionment with most of the political parties. In Sunderland, a Labour activist says that there was a general feeling of a plague on all your houses. Lots of people said that they were angry at Keir Starmer for not tearing Boris Johnson apart. True. I think there's a sense that Keir Starmer could be holding Boris to account on a lot more stuff. He has done a good job, but I think there's a sense that he could hold him to a lot more account. Continues saying a similar picture is emerging in Harlow in Essex. Conservatives there reckon that their vote will hold up, but say it was hard getting people out to the polling stations. Very true. And then, of course, we've had party leaders tweeting, thank you for voting after the polls closed. Boris Johnson's one's very bizarre. Thanking supporters and activists for their hard work and support for the plan to keep council taxes low. How are local councils going to pay for all these services that a lot of people expect, Oh. had another update, although that might be... Okay, this is interesting. According to this local Labour source, Wandsworth is going red tonight. As we said earlier on, if this and Westminster turn, that's a bad night for the Tories. Just those two councils going red means a very, very bad night for the Tories. Oh, Madge, welcome. What's going on with the votes? Nothing yet at the moment. We're not expecting any results, maybe until around about 12. At least till they start coming out. Like I say, it's as I said to everyone, we're in for the long haul. Prepare for bouts of boredom with flurries of activity. But it's about keeping that energy up. But we are potentially seeing big losses for the Conservatives. Let me just get to the Twitter, because this is the one, or at least the thread from Britain Elects. This is the biggie. Obviously, they're predicting the Conservatives at a loss of over 206 seats. That's still a lot of seats. I still want to point that out. That is a lot of seats to lose. And of course, Labour, the Lib Dem, and Greens making massive. Those are big gains. Even those now 34, 35 for a party like the Lib Dems and the Greens, where they're campaigning sort of everywhere. They've got a big spread. That's a lot. That's a lot for them. And Labour with 147, that's a lot as well. Like I say, all those seats and losses do look like they are coming at the expense of the Conservatives. But again, not just at the expense of the Conservatives, as I just mentioned earlier with Glasgow. SNP down 12. If those seats are going to Labour, that could have very interesting implications for stuff on the SNP. Certainly stuff up for them. Oh, Casper Northerner, hello to you. Greetings, welcome. We are just hit 11 o'clock. Still, obviously, no results at the moment. Like I say, the polls only closed an hour ago. Obviously, the closer we creep to about 12 o'clock, that is when we are expecting maybe some results, but we are definitely expecting some potentially around maybe about 1 o'clock. Definitely we'll get results out. Like I say, we've been going for 2 hours already. I should have started at 10. But yeah, big story already developing tonight is certainly lack of turnout. Already we've been seeing some stories already, not just from the Tories, well, mainly the Tories. Lack of turnout. Like I say, that percentage, 16%, that's incredibly low for a local council election. Incredibly low. How this plays out, of course, meaning that the Tory voters aren't turning out for the Conservatives, which is huge. I mean, Tory voters not turning out for the Conservatives is big. That's big. That could mean all kinds of stuff if this gets replicated at a general election. Really big. Really, really big. So, yeah, massive. What's this, Marquez? If they win, Tories will declare that Johnson got a new mandate. If they lose, Tory will claim local elections don't mean anything in Westminster. Probably quite true. But like I say, if they lose Wandsworth and they lose Westminster, that's interesting. That will be the big news. Tories lose 2 councils they have held on to since almost their creation. Big news. And of course, the following story will be low turnout, low voter turnout. And that will send some serious shockwaves through Tory HQ. Serious shockwaves. Random speculative question. I'm very worried about the fascist trajectory of our government. If Tories lose the GE and Labour government don't make enough big changes, I'm worried about extreme right wing. Yeah, we should always be worried about that potentially. But of course, that's why we've got to get proportional representation on the ballot. We have to get Labour to push for PR and a massive change to how our democracy is run. Get rid of like the election bill, the crime and policing bill, for starters, when they get back in. Definitely needed. Reform the House of Lords, change it into a house of like regional representatives. Again, so much they could do, so much more they could do. All right, not results in Northern Ireland, by the way. I know some of you are waiting on those results in Northern Ireland. I agree. Those Northern Irish results, very, very important to see which way Northern Ireland goes. Definitely looking at the DUP losing their prime position. According to the BBC here, those results aren't going to be out until Saturday. So, but we'll have to see, obviously, depending on how fast those get counted. But that could be very interesting, of course. Definitely big implications. Also, we've seen the fact that Boris, not too surprisingly, has dropped his beef with the EU over the Northern Ireland border. Not too surprising. A Spy Family fan, I see, Philip. Yeah, protest vote is independent candidate if there is one. Thing is, a local election doesn't really send the message you want. I know a lot of people are going to go, well, I don't want I don't want any of these guys. I'm just going to vote independent. It doesn't really send a message, unfortunately, because it's just one independent. Still all the Conservatives control the council unless you are voting in mass numbers of independents, and there is no council ever that has been run solely by independents. So that's the state of play. And like I say, if you want to bring real change, you have to sort of go and vote either Tory or the Lib Dems at the next general election. Vote tactically. As we said, we've got 2 by-elections coming up. Wakefield, if you're in Wakefield, go vote Labour. That's the one to certainly beat the Tories out there. And of course, the other one is, where was it now? Was it trying to remember, where was it? Here we are. Where was it? Here we are. Yes, the Tiverton and Houghton by-election. Vote for Lib Dems if you're there. That's how you're going to do it. It's not just about that. You doesn't matter. If you don't like Keir Starmer, news for you, doesn't matter. Doesn't make any difference. Only way to beat the Tories is by voting Labour or the Lib Dems, and especially voting tactically. I don't care what you think about Keir Starmer. Suck it up, Phil. Suck it up, Philip. Only way we get the Tories out, you've got to vote Labour. And if you think he's useless, well, guess what? Join the Labour Party. Start voting in candidates for MPs that are going to do something that you believe are useful, and then take part in those elections to elect leaders and whatnot. It's the only way you're going to change the Labour Party. Get involved or get out of the kitchen. You know? But, you know, it sounds harsh, but that's how it plays. That's how it plays. And yeah, Duke of Vengeance, you're right, yeah. You're not voting for the leader, you're voting for the party. Being upset at Starmer is just not good enough reason. You're right. That's what the left's got to learn. You know, being upset at Starmer is not good enough reason not to vote Labour at the next general election. It's not good enough. We've explained this countless times before. Yeah, draconic Dritz, yeah. Disappointing start. I don't think he's been. Yeah, I've been disappointed in some of the stuff Starmer's done. I wish he would release a manifesto. I just wish he'd just put a manifesto together and release it. Honestly, that's what he needs to do. Seriously, that's what he needs to do. It will get a lot of traction. That's what I've been saying for years about it, but we'll see. Oh, Chatty Rat. We should see the NI first preferences by lunchtime or early afternoon. Last seats will be filed on Saturday afternoon or evening, with transfers playing a big role. DUP could get hammered on the first preferences, but pick up a TUV and UP transfers. The UP and UP candidates get eliminated. Possibly. Like I say, Northern Ireland's going to be interesting, and it's more the results that I'm interested in and what happens after that, and what the DUP do. Because what they do, well, they've already said, well, actually, no, they haven't said whether they would or not go into like that power sharing, obviously being like the second minister to Sinn Féin. That's where the interesting stuff comes in, because if they do decide to go into power sharing, then this smooths and avoids a lot of trouble in Northern Ireland. If they don't go into power sharing, then a lot of trouble in Northern Ireland suddenly becomes over. And even worse, I think, doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Jacob Rees-Mogg pretty much take over the running of Ireland, which should be very, very worrying. Should be very, very worrying. Yep, absolutely agree. Enjoy Tory rules if you don't vote Labour. Social Godfly, my area was Lib Dems, nothing against Labour. Just an overwhelming need to see the Tories crushed. Very true. Louis Beer reviews, don't want a Labour government, don't like Labour, never voted for Labour. Why not? They've got some really good policies. I know I've read that. Jason J. Must vote for Starmer. I despise Corbyn, but still voted Labour in an attempt to keep the Tory out of Selfridge unsuccessfully. Yeah, very true. It's not the same Labour Party as the past, although honestly, they had a war when they were in. True, but again, look what Labour parties look. Honestly, go look at what people like Angela Rayner, Rachel Reeves, Ed Miliband are saying about potential Tory policies. Like, not Tory policies, Labour policies. The fact that Rachel Reeves, if Labour were to get in and she was the Chancellor, she would be the greenest. She would be the greenest Chancellor ever in office. And I'm hopeful Ed Miliband, again, if he became business secretary, would also help to push for the decarbonisation of the steel industry, which would help to save hundreds of thousands of jobs in and around the steel industry areas. So, and obviously create even more jobs of that. That's what we would hope for. Social Cafe, just seen the Express election results live. Starmer in trouble as, quote, gains not translated to Tory losses. What do you mean? Again, according to the thing we saw with Britain elects, where are all these seats going? Where are all these seats coming from? Cathode, Nadine Dorothy is a good enough reason to vote Labour Lib Dem. Whoever is more likely to get in. The front benches blindly support Johnson, as if they'd never been there since under since CAPM. Yeah, very true. Very true. Yeah. Very true. What I always say. Yeah. Better to get 50% of something from Labour than 100% of nothing from the Tories. Yeah. I always say it every time. Politics is about compromise. You might, the Labour Party as it stands has to be a big tent party. And that is because, as we've said time and time again, 25% of the polls say they're on the right, 25% say they're on the left, and a massive, depending on which poll you're reading, is either 35% come in as centrists. To win under our current system, you have to get not only all the left voting for you, which again makes a complete mockery of mockery when people say, oh, I want to beat the Tories, but I don't want to vote Labour. For Labour to win, the left has to join and vote for Labour. They have to be part of that big tent. So even if you are a socialist and you don't like, the current Labour Party, well, push for policies like PR, proportional representation, which are being quite successful at the moment in the Labour Party. It's very likely at the next conference that will get put on the next manifesto. That will make big changes if they get in and they can get that through, which there's a good chance they will. So, and of course, to win, again, big tent party, to win, that 25% is just not enough. They need to attract at least 10%, even maybe if not more, about 12 of those centrists to come over and vote for the left party, the Labour Party. That's what's going to happen. You might not like it. You might think that the Labour Party has gone, oh my God, they've gone too right. And they're not. They're still very much a left party. Again, look at what Rachel Reeves saying as Chancellor about what policies she would bring in. Those are very progressive. Those are very, very progressive. So, again, don't give up hope on Labour, because the second you do, bad things start to happen. Bad things start to happen. Anyway, by the way. Oh yes, very true. Yes, direct rule is introduced if the power sharing goes up in flames. And of course, it's Brandon Lewis to be in the hot seat, and that'll be interesting. I like all the viewpoints left and right. Stopping free speech is the main issue. So you're not going to vote for Conservatives then, because they are the party that have been destroying free speech at the moment. Certainly with what they want to do with universities, threatening academic freedom in those areas, crime and policing bill, silencing protests. Not really good at the moment, to be honest. Casper Newman, yeah, don't think we have proper direct rules since 2007. I think so, maybe. The Express and Daily Mail live in alternative reality right now. Oh my word. Yeah, very true. They would have to go into power sharing. If they don't, that would cause huge problems down the line. You know, so many problems that would cause. Thought Neil Parish was from the tent party. Very, very true, Simon. What you do when Labour do not listen? Easy, make them listen. Do like I've done. I'm a member of the Labour Party. I get to vote on policy. I get to vote on what people stand for MPs in my local area. You know, you have a say. You have an action. One of the big things with the PR push that we're having at the moment, the Labour, all the people in the Labour Party said you'll never do it. You'll never get more than 80 local Labour parties voting for the proposal to send forth, proportional representation to be put on the big platform. Never happen. Got over 300 local Labour parties supporting that. You know, you can make parties listen. There's this thing of, oh, parties won't listen. You can make them listen. Just takes work. It takes work to do, and that's one of the things that really worries me. A lot of people, when you hear them say this, really the end result is they're not willing to put the hard work in. I'm very disappointed that there wasn't an attempt by the left to really go out and defeat Boris in this local election, because if they had galvanized, created a group, gone round, start canvassing, saying, okay, You guys on the left, go help support Lib Dem candidates, go support Green candidates, go support Labour candidates. Let's beat the Tories in these areas. And helped with, canvassing, door knocking, getting people registered. It could have been, rather than, that 800 seat loss could have been a reality if that had happened. That could have been a reality if that had happened tonight, but it didn't, because unfortunately, a lot of people do not pay enough attention what goes on in their local elections. They think local elections don't matter, which is a shame, because local elections do really matter a lot. Oh, Matt C, what's my view on Scottish indie? Put it this way: if I was in Scotland, I wouldn't be voting for independence. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Cora, people who think Labour have moved to the right are probably people who are too far left. Yeah, very true. Yeah, that is one of the worries, because the Tories have done so much damage. We're looking at a recession. If you look at what the Bank of England has been saying very recently, that's worrying. And yeah, whoever gets in, even if it's a Labour minority government, even if it's a Labour coalition government, certainly I think it's going to go into a coalition. They've got a lot of work to do, and it's not going to be easy. It is not going to be easy at all to sort out all this mess that the Tories have made. It's not going to be easy. Yeah, that was my view on Corbyn as well. I liked him. I liked what he said. I liked his ideas. I liked a lot of his policies. But when it came down to it, he refused to play the PR game. And, well, we all saw what happened then. A lesson for any future Labour leader, be they from the left, be they from the centre left, be they, whatever. You have to play the PR game. Otherwise, your enemy gets to say whatever they want about you, and you can't do a thing about it. A lot of people do not want to admit that the 2019 election was not just a get Brexit done election. It was also, we do not like Corbyn, and we think that Borris Jonson would be a better Prime Minister than Jeremy Corbyn, which, looking at the situation now, that was all because Corbyn did not play the PR game. It's done so much damage in all this. And he needed to make more compromises. You are right on that. He should have compromised with a lot more of his, more, left to centre MPs. He should have compromised. You've talked to them more. Say, what can I do to help, secure my, secure your guys' support, and you support me. Could have done that. Never did. It is my way or the highway. And that's politics. Again, our current system, Labour has to be a big tent party. Can't get away from that at all. Oh, Hamas. Greetings from Paris. I voted tactically in elections after watching your videos about PR in the UK. LOL. And we intend to do more if we reach our parliamentary goal. You guys may try the electoral pact. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm very glad. I'm actually hearing at the moment. Isn't Macron going to have to elect a socialist or something like that? From what I've heard, I'm not 100% sure, but that'll be interesting maybe to look up. Oh wow, Cathlo G, thank you very much. Cathlo G, thank you very much for the super chat again. The Conservative Party is being taken over by those who are trying to turn it around from a broad church into an extreme right-wing faction. Philip Hammond. Yeah. Remember, the Conservative Party has been pretty much infiltrated by UKIP and taken over. You know. And that's why they're pushing so much right-wing nonsense at the moment. Remember, if Borris Jonson gets his wish, and he gets that autumn election, if that happens, he will try and get all those MPs out of the current parliamentary party he thinks are a danger to him and are worried. Out they go, incoming more Boris loyalists. And those Boris loyalists are right-wing libertarians. Hard right-wing libertarians. In like, we're talking Jacob Rees-Mogg type style. You know, these people would be even too right-wing for Margaret Thatcher, if you can imagine that, you know. And also, by the way, interesting tidbit that's been gone a bit under the radar recently today, but it's worth talking about because we've got time. There's rumours, and I must say at this point it's rumours, reshuffle in the cabinet coming potentially soon, with Rishi Sunak as the Chancellor position being swapped out for, wait for it, Liz Truss. Yes, you heard me right. Borris Jonson is planning to shuffle out Rishi Sunak from his cabinet and shuffle in Liz Truss. Interesting. You thought we were going to say Nadine Dorries. Even Boris isn't foolish enough to put Nadine Dorries in such an important position. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Not a lot of positives you can really say about Liz Truss. Really, not a lot of positives. Well, anyway, we've had some updates. And I'm going to go refill my glass and I'll be back in a bit. But there has been some updates. I think we've got some more news from the ground, from people on the ground. So that'll be interesting to read. Certainly, I think it's going to continue the theme tonight with low voter turnout. I think that seems to be definitely one of the developing stories tonight, low voter turnout. How that works out, we'll see. Will it favour the Tories? Will it favour the Labour? Because again, you Tory voters don't turn out. Interesting to see. But anyway, I'll be back in a bit. We'll see you in a bit. There we go. We're back. So let's have a look at this news that's come in from here on the Guardian. That's it, local election news. Because I'm always interested in reading what's been going on the ground. So this comes in talking about Sunderland. Again, definitely somewhere that the Labour's definitely desperate to retake, certainly the next general election. This will, again, set a very good pace for them doing it. So, one of the trickiest contests for Labour is in Sunderland, where it risks losing control of the council for the first time since it was founded in 1974, says the Guardian's North of England correspondent Josh Holliday. Labour has a majority of only 6 councillors on the 75-seat authority, meaning it could easily fall into no overall control when ballots are counted. Such a result would be a huge blow to Keir Starmer, whose path to Downing Street relies on winning part of winning back the voters in the Red Wall, areas where Labour have been losing support for years. One Labour councillor I spoke to said he'd be surprised if his party lost control of the Sunderland City Council, but sounded markedly more downcast when I asked him the same question a fortnight ago. He said, "It's clearly going to be a very competitive election," he said. "I'd be surprised if we survived, but I'm not going to say it can't happen," he added. There are enough clues on the doorstep, and by judging by the scale of the postal vote that it's gone extremely well, we're getting a big turnout. That said, neither party can be overly confident about which way many seats will go. Interesting. Labour organisers predicted the council would fall into a no overall control. He said the Conservatives had flooded the city with canvassers from across the region in recent days to try and secure a major scalp on what could be a difficult night for Borris Jonson across the country. He said, Partygate doesn't come up as much as you'd think. And for those who have brought it up, they've said things like, yes, you're all as bad as each other, or that's politics. Another Labour councillor had said that the council leader, Jermaine Miller, was nervous about losing his own seat and said that canvassing had been manic in recent days as Labour tries to cling on. Results are expected to be among the first to come out tonight. And like I say, the closer we approach 12 o'clock tonight, the closer we are going to get to seeing some results. Maybe, but definitely around close to coming 1 o'clock. That's when we'll probably definitely start seeing some results. So I don't think we've had anything else. So we're still waiting on those first lot of election results, but again, it's difficult to say what it'll be. Oh, no, we've had a result. We've had a result. We've had a result. We've had results from Sunderland. Had some results. Hold on. Had some results. This come from Britain and Lex. That has my map updated. No, that hasn't been updated. That's annoying. Oh well. But yes, we've had results. Remember, what we're looking for in these results: Conservative losses, Lib Dem holds, Labour holds, or Labour gains and Lib Dem gains, or even Green gains. That's what we're looking for tonight. So now we've got our first couple of results. Let's go through and see what we've had. So this comes from Britain Elects. These results were literally in about 26 minutes ago, so they've come in very, very quickly. So Halton, Central and West Bank, Labour hold. Conservative gain from Independent. Cheadle East, Staffordshire Moorlands. Yeah. 20 plus gain. Labour gained there as well, but not enough. Ooh, that was close. See how close that result was. Conservatives 43, Labour 40. You see how close that election was. Like, that was on a knife edge. That could have easily gone to Labour. I think that's what we might be seeing tonight at a lot of elections. If this has been low turnout, we could be seeing a lot of election results exactly like this. Literally, either the Conservatives or maybe even Labour just winning. Just winning by literally a couple percentage points. Saltsworth in Sunderland, again, what we're looking for tonight. Labour have held it. Labour, 56%. Next one, Conservatives coming in second with just 32%. Again, that's a good hold. Lee Chapel North in Basildon, Labour hold. Labour with, again, 55% of the vote. The Conservatives coming in second with 35%. Again, good hold. Crouch, Basildon, Conservative hold. Ooh, that's definitely a hold from there. That's definitely a hold. Conservative there with 76% of the vote. Labour came in second with just 23%. That is a very, very strong hold for that tomorrow. That's in Basildon. And again, another one in Basildon, an independent hold. Interesting. Independent held with 69% of the vote. The next highest being 14%. Again, that independent held that seat very, very well. If he managed to get that much. But he lost, though. He did lose about 7% of his vote from last time. But unfortunately, as you can see there, Conservatives probably benefiting from that gain as well as the Lib Dems there. St Michael's in Sunderland, Conservative hold. They held it 35%. Labour 35%. Oof. They've held on to it, but they've made a significant loss. But Labour have again definitely made that gain at that loss. So unfortunate result there for Sunderland. Nope. Nope. Oh, hang on, Twitter's jumped. There we are. Conservative hold. Shanley Row in Sunderland. Labour hold. Excellent. Good. 55% of the vote with Conservative 29%. Excellent. Good hold. Again, Heldon in Sunderland. Labour hold. 45% of the vote. Oof. Lib Dems coming in there. Very, very hot. What a massive takeaway there. They came in and increased their vote by 32%. Oof. But that's a good hold by Labour, though. Helton again in Sunderland. Labour hold. Excellent. Labour with 45%. And Independent with 36%. Ooh. But again, good Labour hold in Sunderland. We want to be seeing tonight. Again, that was 3 minutes ago. So like I say, we've got elections coming in. We've got elections results coming in now. So we just have to see where these hold. We're getting updates on these. So like I say, we're getting in early results now. We've had a Labour council confirmed into this. But they already held that council to begin with, so it's not. It's we're in so far. We're in. We're getting results in now, so it's very possible that from now we'll hopefully get a constant stream of results. So hopefully coming in, we'll see. Basildon is gammon country. Probably why the conservative result was so high then. But yes, this is the BBC website saying nothing has changed hands yet, but these are the results that we've got in. So again, got one independent councillor elected, 2 councillors elected, 8 councillors and 1 council so far in control. Again, counting is still very much underway. England mayoral results. Again, this is one of the ones that we're watching, the South Yorkshire results. We're still awaiting that, but we will be, I think, for quite a while at the moment. But this is as it stands at the moment. I don't think anything's changed. Oh, no, it's changed. Boo. The Conservatives gone up by 3. Where did they get that from? Oh, just back on Britain Elects, I think we've got another Sunderland Labour hold. Again, another Sunderland. Oh no, is that the same one? Oh no, it's the same one, yeah. Basildon, independent hold. Over about 50% of the vote, but the Conservatives coming in at 37%. Again, like I said, that's what we want. So, yeah, a key thing that we have to take into consideration here. Britain Elects making a very, very good point here about some of these hot takes that have been coming out. Remember, these election results aren't being compared with the 2019 results. These are being compared with the 2018 results. This is when they were neck and neck. So remember, any big wins tomorrow or any big swings, this is not the 2019 general election we're looking at. These are 2018. So just to let you remember that. Remember that, guys. You know, Joe, hey, how's it going? We're getting the first results in so far. Some results coming in, trickling in, as I thought it would as we come up to 12 o'clock. Nothing major yet, but as you can see, Sunderland Labour hold. Nope. Oh, Oxford Lib Dem gain from Labour. Oh, again, 43% increase in that vote turnout. Oof. Lib Dem took it with a 49% of the vote, and Labour on 28% of the vote. Another Basildon, I think we've covered that. Yeah, we covered that so far, yeah. again, news from Scotland, local Conservatives up there saying that they are expecting heavy losses. Quotes one source saying, "It's pretty apparent what's happening. It's all down to Partygate and Boris." So it's certainly not going to be looking for a good night when the results come in from Scotland, but that won't be at least until morning when we see those. I'm trying to get to Britain Alex. Come on, here we go. Is that another gain? Oh no. It's 4 minutes ago. But yeah, we are getting results in now, as you can see. Let's do a refresh. Oh, there we go. We saw that that Sunderland seat that has been definitely gained from the Lib Dems. Like I say, that is not the result we want. We don't want the Lib Dems taking seats from Labour. We need them taking seats from the Conservative. Currently, at the moment, they haven't lost any seats. But again, still early days. We'll have to see. But Labour taking, well, Lib Dems taking seats from Labour, it's not the result we want. Hopefully that doesn't continue throughout the night and affect the results too heavily, but we'll see. Out of focus, can't read the screen. Hang on. There you go. Is that slightly better? There you go. But yeah, yeah, pretty crazy. They are. Yeah, that's right. like I say, Lib Dem game from Labour. That's not what we want to be seeing tonight. All the gains need to be at the expense of the Conservatives rather than at the expense of Labour and the Lib Dems. That's what we want to be seeing tonight. But yeah, don't know what went on there at all. We might never know again unless you live in that area. But yeah, like I say, we're getting those first results in now. So I think we can safely say we're going to be getting results in now from, well, until it ends, really. Again, according to Malcolm G4, it said here, so far across the 6 wards declared in Sunderland, there's a 6% swing from Conservatives to Labour. That's what we want to hear. Like I say, that's what we want. I think that's it. Don't think we've had. Oh no, we've had a couple more come in. Let's see if we can get that. Get up to Sunderland, Hartlepool, Norland, and around Newcastle. Go. So this is where we've had some of these results very recently. As you can see, Sunderland, Halton, Labour hold there, waiting results there. That was the Lib Dem gain from Labour. Oxford, we've just mentioned there. That'll be interesting. $2022. No. There we go. Yeah, that's better. That's better. We've had some, we've had some stuff coming in just from outside of London here. Basildon, we've got 2 Labour, these 2 independents here. Had some coming from Cambridgeshire and around here with Huntingdon. Some Wales. Mersey and Western out around Liverpool. So we go up to Sunderland here. That was the Labour gain. No, not the Lib Dem gain, sorry to say. So yeah, I have to see, I say now, how this map starts to fill out. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting from Chris Curtis. Hold on. Oh, Mark R, thank you very much. Change it to... Can I change it? Hang on. There we go. There we go. I've changed it. We'll see. We'll see now. But yeah, hold on. Where are we? Yes. Stop sharing. Hold on. Just want to switch over to this because this is quite interesting. Like I say, I think the story of the night is going to be the low voter turnout, and also Conservative defections. Certainly Conservative defections. Hang on, was it? Oh no. Oh no, wasn't there. Hang on, I've got so many screens open. There we are. That's what I'm looking for. So this comes from a guy at the head of a political polling at Opinion. He says this: we're still waiting to see the results come in, but one thing from this election is already clear. The issue at the top of the voters' minds as they cast their ballots was the cost of living crisis. Hardly anyone thinks the government is doing enough to tackle it. And more importantly, I don't know how well you can see it on here, is if you look at the far side of this, Conservative defectors do not think that the government, the current Tory government, is doing enough to deal with the cost of living crisis. That's huge. That's very big. So, 2 stories tomorrow: low voter turnout, Conservative defections. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Don't think we've had anything else. We should come in. Yeah, but this is it. So, even more strikingly, almost nobody who voted today thinks that the government is doing enough to help on the cost of living. Just 20% think that they are doing enough. 73% think they aren't. And among those who have left the Tories, the numbers are 12% think they're doing enough and 82%. So bear that in mind, that most of these people are now really looking and the Conservatives, even like Conservative voters, are going, yeah, Boris isn't doing enough to help. People who are leaving the Conservative Party, or at least abandoning the Conservative Party, are even saying themselves they're not doing enough to help. This has big implications. This has very big implications. Greg Matthew, are the results out yet? We're starting to get a trickle in now. We're starting to get a trickle. Hang on. Let's go back to the map. Hang on. Let's go to the BBC. This will see. So these are, let's refresh. Should have a couple more in now. Labour on 22, Conservatives on 7, Liberal Democrats on 4, So far, again, according to this, Conservatives have managed to hold most of their seats so far. Labour have only lost one, and that's to Liberal Democrats. Again, that's not the story we want. Any seat tonight want to be taken from the Conservatives. But as we zoom on over to the... There is it. That's it, there you are. Oh, hang on. There we go. I don't think we've had any changes yet. These so far is quite interesting because obviously Labour need to retake this area at the next general election. So the more this turns red, the more this is a good sign, obviously, for the next general election. Of course, we're still waiting for a lot of more results, but we've had very few come in so far. It might have been the flurry of activity. That might have been it. That might have been it for the next hour or so. Oh, I've had a new update. Again, someone's saying Dudley is going to be interesting to watch tonight, but that's going to be results about 4 a.m. Like I say, we've had the first couple of, as you can see, from our machine. Go over to our... This is what we've got so far. Oh, gone up. Had some more results come in. But yeah, I think we're very, very much sat waiting again. Like I say, I always said it right at the beginning. It's going to be a flurry of activity by doing nothing. Nope, there we go. This is what we need to sort of watch. Again, we'll get, slowly we're getting more coming in. 2 out of the 106 councils so far returned. Alex. Manor Park in Newcastle on time. Lib Dems of hold. Newcastle upon Tyne. Labour hold is what we want to see. Sandy Hill in Sunderland. Lib Dem hold. Pavilion in Sunderland. Lib Dem hold. And Chad Sunderland. Lib Dem. No, Chad Sunderland Conservative hold. Boo. Conservative come in with 49%. Hang on. Like I say, I think they're going to be literally tiptoeing out. As you can see here. There we go. Very, very small. Conservative 49, Labour 33. But again, they gained. But again, we're talking 2018 election numbers, not 2019. So it's not that significant to see maybe that type of swing vote. Vale, South Tameside, Labour hold. Birchfield, Hatton, Labour hold. Highgate, Ainsworth, Bentwood. We've seen that. Conservative hold. Castle, Sunderland, Labour hold. Again, we're getting some more results in now. Let's switch over to the map. So they all seem to be coming in and around here. So they all seem to be coming in at the moment, in and around from Sunderland. Yeah, you are right. Yeah. Now to play the game of when will the trickle results turn into a flood before I conk out. Very true. Very, very true. But yeah, currently they all seem to be coming in and around here. We are expecting a lot of results to start really coming out heavily around 1 o'clock. So what are we? It's just about 12:15 now. So again, I think we're very, very much waiting again now. We're going to have a minor flurry of results, I think, every so often as these results slowly start to trickle out. So they're coming in. They are slowly but surely coming in. As you can see, every time I hit the refresh button, we're getting new results in now. Oh, RG. Hello from the other side of the pond, Yorkshireman in Northern California in the house. Greetings to you, RG. But yeah, this is it now. We're sat waiting. So we are very, very much sat waiting at the moment. Like I say, I did say that it would be this is what it would be like, you know, sat waiting on the results as they slowly but surely trickle out. Could be 1 o'clock before I think we get another flurry of election news. Oh, Malcolm G48 says, well, good evening, good evening to you, good night or good morning, depending, of course. But yeah, we are, as always, now sat waiting just to see what happens. Slowly starting to come in more. Got 30 now. But Labour, remember tonight, Labour are defending the majority of council seats up for grabs. They are certainly on the defensive tonight. So we're going to have to see how this plays out, definitely. But we'll have to see. Jackie Adams, hello from Ohio. Think we'll find anything out about the election in Northern Ireland tonight? No, not tonight. Very, very much looks like Northern Ireland, their elections, at least the results, will probably not be out until Saturday, maybe Saturday afternoon over here at the latest. We'll have to see. And I know for a fact, again, tomorrow, Scotland and Ireland were getting the results out there. Any results around Hartlepool? I don't think so. At least not yet. Like I say, more results coming in at the moment. Let's take a look at the map, shall we? So, let's go. Let's reset the map to make sure stuff in. Again, now most of the stuff is, as you can see up here, coming in from around Newcastle. Here we've got Hartlepool. Nothing coming in there from there yet. Still sat waiting. The other stuff we've had a couple of bits and pieces coming in from out around Liverpool down there. Conservative one there, again from the Independent. 2 Conservatives coming in there. A couple, 2 or 3 results down here. But so far, certainly nothing yet. They all seem to be at the moment very much focused in and around Newcastle. But yeah, like I say, I think that might have been the first sort of flurry of results, but we are having, by the looks of it, if I go back to the BBC counter, we are having, yep, oh, Conservatives have lost one now. That's good to see. That's what we want to see. That's the number we want to see go high tonight. That's the number we want to see go high very much tonight, that minus number. Was this social gadfly? Lib Dems took a council from the Tories. Oh, excellent. Where was that? Let's have a look. Let's have a refresh of that. Let's try and find out where that was. Newswell and Harlow, Labour hold. Here we are. Yes, Fulwell in Sunderland. Lib Dem game from the Conservative. Ooh. Lib Dem. 52%. Conservative 29%. That's a big. That is a big take. That is a mighty take. Again, another Sunderland pilot coming in, Labour hold. Yeah, they are coming in. Select. If for Labour. Set hold. Oh. Reset. Come back there. Doesn't like it's updated on that map yet. Again, we'll wait and see. We will wait and see. Yeah, very true. Possible early results reflect low turnout. Very true. But we'll have to see what the numbers come in for that. That's, I think, to me, that's the important story. How much has, if there has been a low turnout, how much has that low turnout affected this particular local election? Because this could knock on into a general election. It's always interesting to see how that knock-on effect will take effect. What's this? Oh, this is interesting. The Conservative leader of Rutland County Council in the East Midlands has resigned as of 2 minutes ago, according to this, accusing the government of having ignored and sidelined the council over the council tax concerns. In a statement, Oliver Hemsley said that he would leave the Conservative group effective immediately, but intended to complete his 4-year term as an independent and remain as leader. The position we find ourselves in over council tax has been years in the making. We've had inequalities that have been compounded year on year, and even though the government has been asked to look at this, we have been ignored, sidelined, and given no further improvements in our spending power, he said in a statement. That's very interesting. Let's go for his full statement. Let's find his area. Immediately. So, this is his full statement. Because again, this is interesting. This is very interesting because again, if Conservative councils, who we've said before, how do you have really low council tax, but at the same time be a Conservative and say you're going to have all these really high quality services? Doesn't make sense. So this will be interesting to see if this becomes a wider issue within the Conservative Party. Here we are. So Rutland County Council leader Oliver Hemsley has announced that he's leaving Rutland's Conservative group effective immediately. He will be served as an underlined independent councillor while continuing his role as leader of the council. Statement. I am leaving the Conservative group effective immediately, but I'll remain as leader of the Rutland County Council. There we go. We'll continue to work with all existing cabinet group leaders and elected members. Our constitution does not require the council leader to be from any particular party group, so I intend to complete my current 4-year term in office. There are times when one questions the reason for certain actions, and I have reached one of those times. I've been the leader of the Rutland County Council for over 4 years, and we as a council have managed to deliver cost-effective, good quality services. And this has been achieved in the very challenging backdrop of the world of Brexit and COVID, and now severe unrest in Ukraine due to Russia's actions, which is causing a large increase in the cost of living. Not true. Not 100% true, but let him go on that. These are things that are happening in the world where we have a duty of care for Rutland, and so is our role. As leader, I have never used a whip. I will always try to work hard with everyone to arrive at a consensus for the right decision. I can assure you all that often we have had very strong debate and have found it difficult to come to a consensus, but that is democracy. And to believe this is time the political argument needs to be done, put to one side, and we need to focus on Rutland and what our residents need from us, and remember who we are and here to serve. Rutland is very place the position we find ourselves in over council tax has been years in the making. We've had inequalities and have been compounded year on year. And even though the government has been asked to look at this, we've been ignored, sidelined, and given no further improvements on our spending power. There are one-off fundings that appear that have often been heralded as additional funding, but it is ring-fenced, repurposed, or borrowed for another budget. This is not or cannot be a solution for the long term. I've hoped that by having no allegiances to any party, I can be blunt about what is the unacceptable position and hopeful to try and get an answer to that question. I have been asked by residents, why is our council tax so high? I continually point out that we are a, quote, low-cost council, and we are innovative and we lead the way on so many things. But why is your council tax so high, your residents say, when you're complaining and you've left the party over the council tax problem? As we continue to run the real risk of becoming an exclusive aging population with no thought for our younger and most important residents. Over the recent months, it has become clear that we need to do what we need to do is right and reflects both on the role that we hold. Lead by example is always the key, but important to remember. Rutland has been for many years asking for a fairer funding. We don't want any more than others. We just want to be equitable, and we need to be shown some respect. I know we're all busy today, but I've lost sight of the reason why. So I stood to represent my ward this week. I've been told that I am failing. Why is this? Because I've been unable to stop housing developments in the ward. We've had many issues in the country, but I'm pleased on this one hand issue we've achieved with another hand. Deeply saddened that we continue to ignore the inequalities and people that we serve. We need to relearn the art of listening nationally and locally. Moving forward, we have devolution, levelling up healthcare, education, and more items that will need strong leadership and consensus reflecting on what people need. Encourage all councillors to reposition their political motivations. If we have strength to make Rutland as Milo in Parvo. Stability is what is needed. Time work together to protect and enhance the country and all stability. Love serving Rutland, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe a footnote of the night. I don't think that's don't really think that's going to be a major story, to be honest, tomorrow. Maybe a footnote somewhere, but nothing major, I suspect. But who knows? Who knows? I could be wrong, but I'm not holding my breath. That's going to be anything major. Where are we now? Oh, we're getting some more in now. 7 have now reported. So the results are in from Sunderland. Labour is holding, by the looks of it, Sunderland, holding overall control. Doesn't look like they're going to lose control, which will be good. That will be good. Let's go back to the map. Let's reset the map so we can get some more results in. It's not this. There we go. So, this is what we've got so far on the map. Hull and Hull Castle, Neighbour Halls, around Liverpool, but I've got to scoot on over to Sunderland. Again, it does look that we are seeing some holds. One has obviously gone from Labour to the Lib Dems, but they've also apparently taken one from the Conservatives, according to the news. we're getting in there. So that is good. Like I said, that's what we want to see. Losses not to the Lib Dems, but from the Conservatives. So that's what we want to see. Again, go back to our little local elections. We're at the moment. -4, so it does look like the Greens have taken a seat from someone. I say, in terms of overall council control, it is very much Labour control 4, Conservative control 3. Going on what you can see here on the map. Again, we're still writing results of the mayoral elections. Like I say, we're still definitely waiting for them for South Yorkshire. We are now have results slowly trickling in. Post-election vacancy. Gaining one there. So we are now going to have to see what happens now, but we are having results coming in now at a very slow, trickling snail pace now. We are starting to see results. Oh, yeah, Cheekerdon and East Bolton, South Teesside. The Greens have gained from the Conservatives. Very interesting. Again, really close run race, to be honest. Let's not put that down. It was 36% to the Greens and 32% to the Conservatives. And again, they've also gained from Labour as well in South Teesside, West Park. Ooh, 57% increase on that vote. Ooh. Ooh, another Green gain from Labour. Brecon and Bent South Teesside election result. Ooh. I hope Sunderland election hold, Labour hold. Faltham West Castle, Newcastle upon Tyne election, Lib Dem hold. Wishing South Sunderland, Labour hold. As well, Harlow, Labour hold. Roll Sunderland, Lib Dem gave for the Conservative. There, up to date. On there. Jess Phillips has just tweeted out, God loves Sunderland. Tell me what we've had it now. Ooh, yes, piling up now, slowly but surely. So this is the thing. We've got to wait for, like, obviously our news, our sites to catch up as well. But I'll just take you back to the map. So we've had a green win in Sunderland, South Teesside. And apparently they've won another one as well, somewhere in here, but it hasn't been updated yet. But it does look like Labour are indeed holding on to Sunderland again. Obviously, at the next general election, I think it's been quite clearly stated that they need to re-win Sunderland if they do hope, they do hope to sort of get into power, they have to retake Sunderland. So again, so far, so good. We will have to see what goes on there, but that is interesting, that little green speck. Very interesting. Stop. Yeah, we'll go back to these. Just so you can see the scoreboard for tonight. Yep. So far, Labour are sort of currently in lead, but again, they were very much in the defensive position most of the seats tonight. They are playing defensive on. Obviously, the big thing we want to see tonight is, as we said, the Conservatives losing seat, but of course, we want to see the Conservatives losing the seats to, Labour, Lib Dems, or Greens. But yes, we have seen tonight, so far the Conservatives have lost some seats, although it doesn't come up here yet, but we've seen them just a moment ago. But we are confirming apparently that Labour has apparently held Sunderland. Greens have gained another Clacton East Bolton from South Teesside. I think that was the one we were looking at. Oh no, Brecon Pence. No, that's another one they've gained from South Teesside. West Park South Teesside gained from Labour. Another gain in South Teesside. The Greens seem to be doing really well in South Teesside. Is over here, I think. No, Teesside. Oh, yeah, South Teesside, yeah. The map is being updated. Obviously, a tweet can be put out faster than this. Oh, so we've had our first Wandsworth, I think, result come in. So the Conservatives have won there, but with about 39% of the vote and Labour on 29. 10 points behind, but we're certainly going to have to see how the rest plays out. So this coming in from the BBC elections. There we are. So they've held, apparently, BBC saying that they've held Redditch. Conservative hold. Labour have held Wigan, apparently. Auburn, Conservative hold. So that will go over to there we go. We're drawing closer. That's at 1 o'clock time. As always, we'll have to see what it is. Champ Hill, Newton and Bedworth, Labour hold. Weddington, Newton and Bedworth, green gain from the Conservative. Oof, very close one though. 43 to 40 to 40%. That was very, very close. That only 3% in it. Oh my god, even Owen Jones said he's generally going to celebrate if Labour take Wandsworth. Yeah, interesting. This coming in this tweet. Senior Wandsworth Tories, from his sources, say it looks very likely that they have lost control. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oof. Bede, Newton and Bedworth, Conservative gain from Labour. Although, again, relatively close, though. 48.6 for Conservatives, with the Labour 44%. Oof. And again, Greens on 7. If the Green Party, again, showing you just how important it is to get the Greens on side in an electoral pact. That result right there. Hopefully you can see it. In fact, hang on. There we go. There we go. Make it bigger for you. But yeah, that says it all right there. Why it can't just be a Labour Lib electoral pact. It has to be a Labour, Lib Dem and Green pact. That election alone, the result shows you just how important it is to get the Greens involved in an electoral pact. Because if that had been an electoral pact, with the Green vote added to the Labour vote, they would have won. Oh, Daily Rays, right, you're going to bed. Evening to you. Sweet dreams. But yeah, that vote clearly says it all. If the Greens had been involved in an electoral pact, they'd been backing up Labour in that area. That would not be a Conservative gain. That will be a Labour victory very easily. That's 7%. Again, this is why we need to get the Greens involved in this campaign as well. Again, repeating what someone's just said earlier on, apparently in Sunderland they were down 3% from Labour, with Lib Dem's the only party to actually gain wards. Again, just showing you how important a electoral pact is there. This is, hang on. Yeah, another interesting story of the night. Almost certainly. Laura Kunsberg, if that what you will, though. The BBC is reporting some unhappiness among the Conservatives in Worcester, where currently no party has an overall majority. The Tory council leader, Simon Garty, has apparently gone home early, already saying his party expects to lose several seats. And of course, the MPs should think about who should lead them into the next election. And counting has not even started there yet. Can we just imagine that for a second? You've got a Tory council leader here who's left the vote because he doesn't even think he's going to win in his seat. Oh my. Oh my. That's bad. That is very, very bad. Oh, this is interesting. If this is true, the BBC are reporting that the Lib Dems have won in Colchester, the Conservative leader's seat. Oof. Again, it is not going to be a good night for the Tories. Not going to be a good night for them at all. Oh dear. Oh dear. There's surprise wins here and there. Very much surprise wins. They're at -4 now, the Conservatives. Of course, you've Lib Dems up by +4, Greens up by +4. Again, we'll have to see how all this rest of this plays out the rest of this evening. But yeah, whew. Very, very interesting. Jackie Adams, the Lib Dems have won Borris Jonson's council. Is that Borris Jonson's council? Colchester? Don't think it is. Is it? In Essex? Don't think it is. Unless that's news that's coming elsewhere. We'll see. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, 1 o'clock and I'm flagging already. Oh. Again, Labour hold. Oh, good. Colchester, Labour game for the Conservative. I've just seen. Was this? You slept too long and didn't vote? Well, well, she'd always go out and vote, my friend. Always go out and vote. Had you got any front benches on speed dial? No, not really. Not to be honest. But it's 1 o'clock now, so we should be expecting another flurry of results very, very soon. And as I always said, when you're watching these sort of local elections, it's going to be a very quick flurry of activity. By a lot of not activity, shall we say. Let's recheck the map. Let's go. Let's go back to the map. Let's reset it. So we've had more. So we've had more Labour gains over here, which is good. Nothing from Hartlepool yet, but again, increases in Sunderland. Of course, that one apparently was a very good one, gained for the Greens. Again, Greens both taking 2 seats here from Labour. Apparently they have maintained control over Sunderland. But now, like I say, we're just waiting for the thing. For everything else to come in. That's the big key point as always. Oh, this looks interesting. More harsh language to again from here. Harsh comments on the National Party from the Conservative leader in Sunderland, where the result leaves Labour with at least 41 out of the 75 council seats. The Tories with just 18 and the Lib Dems with 14, up from 12, after taking a seat from each of the other 2 parties. There's 1 independent councillor and 1 vacant seat. Saying, we've come close a number of seats, and we're not, and it were not for, of course, the National Picture Partygate, I think we would have won them. I can only put it down to that. I think I think a lot of Conservative voters were staying home. Again, continuing the theme of the night, lots of Conservative voters are staying home and not voting. Mullen, who said he's previously called Johnson to resign, said that the national attention, including the visit to the seat from Johnson himself, hadn't helped. The more talk there was about the potential for Labour losing control, the more it galvanised people were to vote for Labour rather than the Greens and the Lib Dems. Again, interesting. But I think that's still the story of the night, though. Low turnout, Conservative voters staying home. I think it's still very, very interesting. I said, this is it. We're just going to watch and see what happens now. Oh, this is. I can feel myself flagging as well. Wandsworth still trending on Twitter. Yeah, I think that's going to be. I think that's the story of the night, Colin. Low voter turnout, massively low voter turnout. We saw in one constituency they were saying they had a 16% turnout. That's tiny. That's absolutely tiny for that. But we've said it before. Local elections, very, very, very low local turnout. It happens. And even more so with this, but the main story is going to be who's not turning out. And for the first time in a while, it's the Conservatives. Conservatives not turning out to vote. Very, very, very rare about this. So if they're not turning up and turning out, that I think is going to be the story of the night, I think. Cather G. Watson, the Paint Your Town Red Book. Certainly nothing interesting about the elections that are going to happen. That's mainly for after. Dudley, we've had another. Looks like the Conservatives might be holding Dudley. Doesn't look good. Is it the entire Tory council? I thought it was just the leader. If it was just the leader, then that's quite. If it was more than that, then that's quite big. It's always we're going to have to watch what happens here. But yeah, if it's the entire Rutland council that decided we're not going to remain members, but I thought it was just the leader. If it's the entire council, then that's big. Well, that man, the leader and the councillors. They want to continue as independents. I saw the council leaders earlier were reading a statement. He said he was going to stay on as independent, but that is quite big. And of course, again, they were complaining about council tax. Again, you can't be a Conservative council. Say we're going to have all these fantastic services, cut council tax, which directly affects those services, and then go, we're still trying to run, cost-effective services. Please keep on voting for us. We'll have lower council tax, I promise. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that at all. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. They had a row with Westminster about funding. Yeah, that was it. The council tax, because they have to have council tax so low. This again, the Conservatives. So, but again, they preen about running all these wonderful services, but again, doesn't really that effective. My seat is Tour today, and so many council teams clearing roads, repairing potholes on the main road. Coincidence? I think not. more stuff coming. Latest scoreboard for England. Again, -6 for the Conservatives. A few more results trickling in. No party so far having lost overall control of the council. The BBC is reporting that Labour have held Lincoln and Newcastle upon time. Then let's go back to our little map. Oh yeah. Oh, Peterborough. Oh, that is interesting. North Peterborough. Labour gain from Conservative. Oh. Only in this seat, there were only Labour and the Conservative running. And according to this, this means the electoral pact is working. Labour winning with over 72% of the vote, with the Conservatives just at 27%. No Lib Dem, no Green, and of course no UKIP. And remember, Peterborough is very, very much a bellwether seat as to what, shall we say, can predict certainly how the next general election goes. So, quite interesting that that's gone to Labour at that much of a percentage as well. Ooh. That's an incredibly close result, that. Conservative won, gain from Labour. 44.8% of the result. Labour came in second, 44.5%. Again, if the Lib Dems or Greens had backed Labour in that seat, they would have won. Yep. 4 votes in it, apparently. That's how close that election was. Fairbush, Harlow. Again, that's incredibly close if it's true there's only 4 votes in it. That was incredibly close. Like I say, they said it there, 4 votes in it. But only the Lib Dems had backed Labour or Green. Oof. So close. So very close there. Oh, this just in. This just in, if this is true. Don't know if you can read that. I'll bring it up as big as I can. This just in. A Lib Dem source has got in touch to say, we are 99% sure that the Conservatives will lose control of West Oxfordshire. Which includes David Cameron's former constituency of Witney. And if that does happen, that's going to be interesting. So we're going to have to watch out for that. But yeah, you know, in an election, full of surprises, always full of surprises. See if we can find that on the map. I think tonight is going to be a really good result for the Lib Dems as well. The way that this is going, the way someone was seeing some of this stuff come in, like we've just come up on here. That's going to be very, very interesting. If that turns out to be true, if the Lib Dems do win West Oxfordshire, that's very interesting. The green gain from the Conservatives in Plymouth. Just in. This was the 1 minute ago. Yep, indeed. We're at half one. again, another victory that could have been right there. Again, so gets angry when I see these. We've talked about this before about electoral pacts, how important they are. Again, Conservative gain from Labour. This is in Amber Valley and Ironville ridings. Conservative win with 47%, 0.1% of the vote. Labour, 43%. Again, Greens, they'd supported Labour. Lib Dem, they'd supported Labour. They'd have won that seat. They've won. Abbey Lincoln, Lib Dem gain from Labour. I think we're starting to see a potential pattern here for the next general election. Almost certainly. I think the Lib Dems are coming in strong, showing a very good result. I think it'd be very right if you put a bet on the next general election of a coalition government. Certainly with the Labour Lib Dems. I think that's how certainly might look at it. Adams. UK politics is so dramatic. Last election aside, here it starts all at once and goes on until every vote is counted. You're like, we don't count those till tomorrow. Well, though those are the, I presume you're referring to the Northern Ireland votes. Those are proportional representation votes based on single transferable votes. Those take some time to actually count. That's why. And again, that's the system we want to move to. I think that's the perfect system we should go to. If we do get to switch over to PR. Residents Association with 12 councillors, up by 4. I think it's very possible for them to do it without even the SNP. I think it's very possible for them if they can score a serious blow against the Conservatives in the South and take some in the Midlands, and Labour doesn't necessarily have to retake all the red wall seats. Yes, for them to gain a minority government, they would have to retake all the red wall seats that they lost in 2019. But if they can retake a good majority and the Lib Dems do well down in the South in the blue wall, It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible they could go into coalition. I think it's very, very likely our next government will be a coalition government, Labour Lib government. I think that's very, very possible. That's very, very possible, I think. Then 5 minutes ago, Abby Lincoln, Lib Dem game from Labour. Bromwell and Rural, Labour hold. Northwest Basildon, Conservative gain from Labour. Again, so close. So very close. Conservative 47.1, Labour at 46.1. Then if the Lib Dems had backed Labour in that, they would have won that seat. 2 minutes ago, Labour gained from Conservative. Minster in Lincoln. Bromwell and Wirral, Labour held. Oh, that's me. Right. Here's what we're going to do, guys. We're expecting upon the hour, about 2 o'clock, to get results in from Bolton. Bolton will be a very good early indicator to see how good Labour are doing in the north. There's some indication that they will not take full control, that it will go from a minority Conservative control into potentially no control at all. So we once again have to be sort of realistic what could happen there. Obviously, it does tip into no overall control. That will be obviously very good. But I think that maybe thinking about calling it a night for the moment, maybe coming back in the morning, because I think most of the good results we want to see are going to be between 5 and 7 o'clock in the morning. But what can I tell you at the moment? Well, as you can already see, Conservatives already minus 13, Liberal Democrats plus 11. Labour, always we're going to lose some seats. Labour are always going to lose some seats because they were defending the most of them. You are never going to win all your seats at an election. Never happened. Never ever happens. But yeah, story of the night. I think Lib Dems are going to come out on top. Not obviously win, but I think they're going to have a very good night. I think they are going to take potentially a lot of seats, hopefully from the Conservatives. I think Labour will put on a good showing. If you think the Tories will collapse that hard under budget, fair shout. Do you know what the Lib Dems stand for? Well, they're meant to be sort of very socially progressive, but sort of more centre right on economic issues, or at least they always claim to be. We'll see, but again, it's local elections. And local elections, not really. It's sort of, you can sort of say what you want wherever you go. Sarah Chevron Hull has gone to the Lib Dems from Labour. Let me re-engineer my map. Not showing any results in Hull. Oh no, Hartlepool. Hull. I've got no results in Hull yet, unless it's on here. Oh no, I haven't got any results there yet. Yeah, I think I'm going to come back in the morning because I think a lot of the important results are going to really pop up between 5 and 7. Well, Hatman, will be back in the morning. Yes, I will. Teleport, it will fare you on the gin. Like I say, I will. I could just leave you with this. Just go to sleep and see what happens. Or I could just leave you with the Britain elects and just let you watch the results come in. But yeah, you can already see. To me, you can already see the pattern emerging right from here. There's been a massive rejection of the Tories. It was good. What we wanted tonight to be really about. I think Labour are going to have a sort of good result, but I think the main winner, or the surprising winner tonight, is certainly going to be the Lib Dems. And I think seeing some of the results tonight makes very clear. Makes very, very clear tonight that an electoral alliance with the Lib Dems makes sense. Also, as we have seen, the electoral alliance has to include the Greens. Has to. Absolutely. Like 100% has to include the Greens. I think that's been made very, very clear tonight from these election results. Undoubtedly. So I'm going to come back in the morning, probably to tell you how this has gone, but I'm expecting maybe what Britain elects was right, that the Conservatives lose roughly between about 206 seats. I think the Conservatives were on par for losing, which again is not a good result for a local election. It's not a good result. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this all phases out in the morning as more results certainly trickle in, and of course some of the big key ones are going to come in between sort of 5 and 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning. So maybe you'll get a good, interesting, good morning walk tomorrow. We'll talk about this and what this obviously means for the future, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. So as always, thank you very much for watching. Please do remember to hit that like, share button on your way out, and of course, as always, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you all next time.